welcome back to Nintagious. How's everybody doing tonight? Sorry for the small delay tonight. I did not sleep very well. You ever have one of those nights where you're like, you wake up in the middle of the night, quote unquote, because it's like, I sleep during the day, I acknowledge this, and you just can't get back to sleep? That's basically what I had happen. I went to sleep and then like 5 hours later I woke up and I swear I probably laid there for like 2 hours and just could not get back to sleep. So by the time I did get back to sleep and then my alarm went off, I was like, I just want to go back to sleep. I feel like I haven't been asleep for very long. If it weren't for us having such a tight schedule on this series, I probably would have just canceled the stream, to be totally honest. Because that's just how much I just wanted to roll over and go back to sleep. But we're checking out the hunting horn tonight. Let's go ahead and get it moving. This is another weapon that it's in the column of I have played this weapon before. So I played it for probably a couple dozen hours in Monster Hunter Generations the second time around we played it. I think I played it 3 too, but that was like, let's be real, 3 was so long ago.
Great job.
And not only so long ago, but when you like play as many different games as I tend to play, it feels like it was an eternity ago. Like, I don't remember anything from Monster Hunter 3.
How may I help you?
There are a lot of weapons where I'll be like, oh yeah, I guess I did play this in 3, and it's just like, I lack that knowledge.
Sure.
What do you want?
It's just gone. I just let go of it because I needed the storage space.
Last but not least.
So I'm gonna get through the beginning tutorial moments. This is probably like the first like 30 minutes of this run is always like the slowest.
What do you think?
I think like I have a multitude of reasons for why I think I've decided I don't want to speedrun this game. That's still more or less what we're gonna do for the rest of the series. But once we finish checking out the rest of the weapons, I don't think I'm gonna continue speedrunning it. There's a couple things about this run that are just a total drag. And it is still like a 4-hour run at most for me. If I could get it going faster, then it would probably only take... Whoa. Whatever, doesn't matter. It'd probably only take 2 hours, maybe? I could probably get it down to that if I like really tried. I don't know how eager I am to do that though. I don't even know if I necessarily want to get back into speedrunning right now. Once this is all done, said and done, that is. Let alone, do I want to learn something new, or do I want to just get back into what I've already been playing a bunch of? Because I kind of want to get back into... Hey. Stop that. Stop that. You're bad. She comes in and just starts scratching the carpet, and I, like, tap her side, and she just keeps going. She's just like, oh yeah, hi, scratch, 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 scratch. Anyway. And now I've completely forgotten what I was saying. No. We want to understand. Camera controls. And now we want this on item bar. I think that should be everything. Let's actually remember to switch Palamute behavior right out of the gate this time. Look at that, we're really on top of things. Anyway, I've been wanting to get back to Sonic Forces. I've been wanting to get back to Link's Awakening. I want to get back to the Game Boy Mega Man games and Wily Wars. I don't know if I'm in the market to pick up a new speedrun right now. Is kind of what it comes down to. I don't think that's going to be a thing I'm going to do. I kind of strategically left my headphones off at the beginning of this run. One, because I don't really need to hear what's going on. Two, I thought it was thunderstorming out, and I kind of wanted to enjoy that ASMR, but I am... It seems to have stopped already, so that's a major bummer. So that's a major bummer. Where'd you go, kitty? What, did you bail after I scolded you? Where'd you go? She must have immediately left. She must have immediately left. Let's go ahead and get this stupid tutorial done. I'll put headphones on after that. I don't really need to hear Sushi talking about thrashing. That's okay. I'll live.
Hey, hero. Sure thing.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So I know what you might be thinking. You just turned the tutorials off. Why are they still talking at you? Because during this tutorial mission, you can't turn them off. Like, these still play, no matter what. What are you doing balling out there?
Sup, Ace?
It's probably worked up because of potential storms in the area. Stop talking at me, dude. This isn't a JRPG.
Hey, oh,
Or an MMO.
give it a try. Listen up.
That's the wrong button. My muscle memory seems to be not fully remembering what to do right now, and that doesn't bode well. Oh, crap. It's not gonna matter now, but it's better to get it done out of the way now than not have it later. You put your stupid mask away and talk to me, tutorial man. Uh-huh. Oh my god, damn right. Mm-hmm.
Hey, hero.
Yeah, that's fascinating. It's time to thrash. You gonna tell me how to pull my weapon out? No, actually, it's not. My god, this weapon's a lot faster in this game, too. So I don't think... I kind of feel like I'm not gonna dig the hunting horn that much because... I'm trying to, like, keep an open mind here, to be fair. I'm just vocalizing what's going on in my head. I tried every weapon in the demo, and
Hanging in there?
the hunting horn was overtuned in the demo, basically. And I was like, this is boring. Like, this is free. You don't have to, like... It was probably the most button mashy of the weapons in the tutorial. I think they made it a little too easy to play. Now, again, it was overtuned in the demo. I think just the weapon they gave was, like, super powerful. So it might not go that way now. We'll see. We'll still be trying to do that. Apparently, we're losing time already. That feels bad. As per usual, I am timing this for my own records, but I'm not, like, seriously speedrunning it just yet. There's a lot of steps I need to take for, if I'm going to seriously speedrun it. There's a lot of, like, optimizations I have to do. First of all, I have to pick a weapon. Like, this is the weapon I want to do it with.
Be careful out there.
And then learn, like, which particular upgrades I want to get, so that I don't have to go back to the shop quite as often.
Ready for anything.
I've already kind of figured out that you just... First, like, 3 hunts, you come up here and grab this. That should give you enough to make the ore weapon, which is probably going to be better than this. I forgot to grab the lantern. God damn it, I suck. Alright, no, you know what? It's going to be faster to just go back up and get him. I was gonna say, I'll just find more later, but then if one of them winds up not giving me a drop, then we're kind of screwed, so...
Delivery complete.
Let's go, Coco. Over here. Thankfully, there's only, like, 4 quests in this game that, like, are, not large monsters. Like, when you're starting out in the game. And it's probably less if you're not speedrunning, because since we're trying to move... I'm still kind of going the speedrun angle, because I want this to I want this to be thorough, but I also want it to take as the least amount of time as possible. Wow, we finished super fast on this one. Holy shit. PB base. I think we might have just made a ton of time back since we only had to gather 3 of these. That's pretty pog, as they say. I believe they say. Now, if I'm starting to say it, that means they probably stopped saying it, like, roughly a year ago, but that's okay. Yeah, we did make, like, 30 seconds back, so... I'll happily take that.
How about this weather, Good luck.
I do like the... I miss speedrunning, I guess is what I'm trying to get at there. Again, I just don't know if this is the game, I guess is what it comes down to. Alright, let me get my head in the streamer game a little bit more here. As I said earlier, I hope everyone's doing well. I hope everyone had a nice weekend. Aside from sleeping like shit today, yesterday was cool. I didn't do anything. But I gamed and watched movies all night, but it was fantastic, so I can't be mad. Caleb, how's it going? It has been a while. Hope things are well for you. Logan, how's it going? Not a full tilt poggers, it was just a pog. Don't get it twisted. We're not that hype yet. The run's not popping off quite that much yet. When are you picking up Monster Hunter, Logan? I feel like these are integral parts to when I may potentially do Monster Hunter multiplayer nights again, is just more people picking up the game. But I also don't want to pressure people about it too much because, you know, money's tight everywhere. Excuse me. Did I go the wrong way? I think I went the wrong way. This bodes well. Kiss our time, save goodbye. This is not very pog. This is nega pog, if you will.
Looks like there's something here. Let's see.
Poggers! Okay, now we're getting there. Oh no.
Kamura, here I come.
At first I thought that this voice was supposed to sound British, but the more I listen to it, the more I think it's actually supposed to sound Asian. I don't know. It's one of those accents where it's not very strong, and it's so subtle that it kind of sounds like everything at once, and it's kind of hard to tell what they were going for. Wasted too much money this month on nonsense, so July at the earliest. I mean, July's right around the corner, so... Hey, let's eat.
Get your bunny dongo right here.
Usual? Deflector, polisher, defender, I guess.
That's a great combination, sure thing.
Yeah, at this point, I'm hearing basically everybody is like, can we be done with remote schooling already? Like students and teachers alike are just kind of like, this sucks. Can we not anymore?
What's up? See you later. Oh, it's you.
Okay. So we can upgrade that. 60 with, like, mediocre sharpness. Worse sharpness, but 70 attack power. And it looks pretty cool. I like it. It's a literal horn, and I'm into that, so we're gonna do it. And we should be able to upgrade it pretty quickly as soon as we beat the Suzuki's face in, and then go to the ice level.
Now get hunting.
It's a pretty neat looking horn. I like it.
How are you today? I have a special quest for you. Don't forget to...
The funny thing is like,
Comes the Vanguard. Unstoppable tank.
remote school does work in some instances. I think the problem here is that it was a bunch of school systems that weren't designed to do it trying to do it. Whereas if you were to if you were decide to take online college courses, it probably wouldn't be that bad. Because you're probably signing up for a school that was set up to do it to be, like, from the get-go. So it's not completely horrible, it's just... You guys were probably both in a situation where you were going to a school that was not set up for that sort of system. And they had to use it, like, as a temporary measure. Because, like I said, I've heard teachers say that they're over it, too. They're like, enough is enough. Like, this sucks. You'd think that the kids would probably like it, but it's probably not that black and white. Okay.
These are the
Yeah,
hunting
you have
days.
like no. Alright, I gotta figure out what to fucking do here. So that's not even. Okay. Sure.
Thanks, buddy.
Okay, there we go. No, I want you to play the Sonic Wave, dude. Or is that just like not... That might not be a buff. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. I don't know what that meter does, but it did it.
Let's go.
Man. I shit you not. My allergies weren't bothering me at all yesterday. And I was like, hey, maybe this is it. So what's the point of even playing the instrument anymore? Because they made it... I think this was a thing in Generations already. Where, like... I kind of wish my buffs would wear off, actually. So I could toy with this and understand it a little bit more. Yeah, see, I guess that part to me is kind of like, well, as soon as you graduate, you stop talking to all those friends anyway, so what's the big deal? Like, you know what I mean? Oh no, it does play it all the time. Okay, so in Generations, they made it that if you hit the monster with the notes, then it just automatically plays it. It looks like it automatically plays it all the time now, which seems kind of broken. So the ZR doesn't do anything, does it? I was trying to get out of there. It was just no dodgy. They also don't have a draw attack, which is weird. Real talk, how have I not knocked this motherfucker out yet? Dude, I dislike not having a draw attack. It feels bad. How have I not knocked him out? What the fuck? Thank you. Jesus. That's a lot of damage. Fuck your face, by the way. Fuck your face. Fuck your face. I was hoping we could kill him right then and there, but I guess that just wasn't in the cards. Let's power up a little bit. We probably won't need it. Is he actually not in the blue yet? I kind of thought he would be. That should give you a good indicator of how powerful the hunting horn was in the demo, because that's how fast you killed shit. Like, the fact that I'm surprised that this thing is still standing is like... Because, yeah, I felt like in the demo it was like, you were only just getting started and the thing was dead already.
Sweet.
Yeah, I only... So, like, I also have the interesting perspective, the not unique perspective, I don't want to say unique, but interesting, different perspective of the fact that I also moved away. So now, like, the friends that I did keep in touch with from high school, I haven't talked to in, like, several years. Especially because I quit Facebook, because fuck Facebook. But I'd say I keep in touch with, like, I'm gonna say 5 friends that I went to high school with. And 2 of them I actually didn't know until after high school. So that's, like, kind of cheating. Like, we did technically go to high school at the same time, but they were a year ahead of me. And yeah, I haven't really talked to, and especially because of the pandemic and shit. So, like, I tried to keep in touch with them, especially after moving back to Pennsylvania. Because then I was like, oh, you guys only live like an hour and a half away now. I should try to actually keep in touch more often. But then the pandemic threw a wrench into that plan. Out of friends I actually went to school with, I think there's only 3 of them I keep in touch with. You learn pretty quickly that, like, it's kind of funny because I remember having a graduation party that had to have had 12.5 people there. And we were all just, like, hanging out and playing video games and stuff, and it was awesome. But, like, most of those people I don't talk to anymore because I eventually realized, you guys aren't very good friends. Like, I was clearly only talking to you guys because I needed people to talk to during school. Yeah, the funny thing is like, when I was your age, that's perhaps the amusing thing, is when I was your age, I spent all my time on the internet. And the friends I made during that time, some of those friends I still have. Like, the friend I have that now works at Pokemon, I've known him for like 20 years. He's probably my longest running friend. Like, I've known him for that long, and we've continued talking. We've never, like, lost touch. We live on opposite sides of the country, but nowadays, I feel like most people you meet online, you're, like, not gonna be able to stand. So it's a bit of a different situation. Oh, I was not supposed to be talking to him yet. Okay.
Oh, hello. It's a good day for a hunt.
Okay, raptures.
Good luck.
I've heard that from a lot of people, that, like, I've heard some people outright, like, have anxiety attacks when they have to go out into, like, crowds now, because they just don't know how to deal with it. And it's like, yeah, welcome to being an introvert. That's, like, us all the time. I feel like what the pandemic did is it didn't create introverts, but, because, like, I don't think that's really a thing, but it reminded people that are introverted that being introverted is okay. Like, they probably forced themselves into being not introverted because society demands it, and then they had an opportunity to do it again, and they were like, oh yeah, this is better. Well, small talk's bullshit, so I don't really worry about it. How about them bears, huh? Right?
Let's see.
Did you see that game last Saturday? Oh boy. A lot of small talk is just, like, as generic as possible so that the other person can fill in the gaps.
Let's go.
That's why, like, low-key, and it's nothing against the conversation we're having now, of course. But low-key, when people try to have small talk, especially recently, I'm like, dude, I'm a gaming channel. Can we just Could we make small talk about video games at least? Like, could we at least keep it kind of on topic? Because it should be easy to do. I'm already providing the topic for people, right?
Looks like there's something here.
Now, online it's a little bit different, because you can't do things like, how about that weather? Because you don't... People don't know what the weather's like here. I mentioned that it was thunderstorming earlier, but, like, aside from that,
Yoink.
the average person isn't going to be able to lead with something like that. Which I think is why people on the internet, especially kids these days, man, not even, adults probably do it too, they just start by like, I saw a meme on Twitter earlier. That's the internet's version of small talk, is haha memes.
Let's see.
You always lack social skills, but now that everyone else sucks at it too, they think you're good at conversation. Because I feel like introverts actually can hold conversation well. It's just, we have to be able to find someone who actually can speak on our wavelength. What you doing, kitty? And a lot of people can't do that. A lot of people only know, like, one type of conversation. So we're bad at holding that type of conversation. But we can hold other types of conversation. No problem. I've told this story before about, excuse me. About years and years and years ago.
What's up?
I need baggy hide. Well, good thing I'm about to get that. Yeah, we should be pretty golden after we pick that up.
Goodbye.
I told years and years and years ago we were having a get together, and we used to do them every week. And it grew to a point where, like, friends were starting to invite friends, and then those friends were inviting friends, so eventually we had to shut it down, because we were like, this is getting out of hand. And some of these people just aren't... They don't, like, mesh very well. And we had a moment where... I want to say there was, like, 4 of us, like 3 or 4 of us standing around. And we were talking about either Diablo 3 or the latest World of Warcraft expansion. I don't remember which. But it was something like that we were, like, all playing it. And we were talking about it. And we were just going on, just having our happy conversation. Yap, 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 yap. All, like, most of us were all introverts, but we shared something in common, so we were able to hold a very productive conversation for, like, 30, 45 minutes about this one topic. And then this one guy that was, like, a friend of a friend of a friend, like, he was, like, there, like, but he wasn't taking part in the conversation because he just wasn't a gamer. And, just abruptly says, yeah, but what I want to know is, do you think they're going to trade Brett Favre next season? I shit you not. I'm not exaggerating. This is what this man said. And we all just looked at him for just, like, a couple seconds, and then just went, so yeah, anyway, I'm really enjoying my Witch Doctor. I'm having a lot of fun playing the Witch Doctor. It's really fun. Like, we just carried on. Like, because he was trying to small talk in a situation where we were not small talking. Like, we were having an actual conversation. But he didn't know how to have an actual conversation. Because society doesn't fucking prepare you for that shit. Now, coincidentally, there was another time where it was one of my stepfather's friends. again, knew nothing about gaming, knew nothing about it whatsoever. And I specifically remember, like, he was just kind of hanging around while we were talking. I know this one was World of Warcraft we were talking about. And he started asking questions. He was like, so what's a tank? And what's a DPS? Like, what does that mean? And I've never been the type to be like, get a load of this guy, he doesn't know what DPS is. I was always like, I'll explain it once. If I have to explain it like 20 times, that's when I'll be like, dude, pay attention. But like, I'm not gonna turn my nose up at somebody asking questions. I like supporting people being curious. And then weeks later, we were talking about World of Warcraft again, and I don't remember what he said, but like he said something that made it very obvious that he was actually paying attention to me when I was explaining things. And I was like, that's how you hold a conversation. You take an interest in what the other person is saying. Even if you don't know what they're talking about, like, try to, like, understand and learn in the interest of holding that conversation. This other guy couldn't do that. He was just like, haha, Brett Favre. And it was like, dude, what? It's so, like, unaware of anything going on around him. And that's how most people in society are. They think everything runs according to society, and if someone's not doing according to society, they're the weird ones. It's like, no, in this case, he was the weird one. I'm surprised I walked right through that rock. I thought I was gonna have to do some weird shit. I don't like that it doesn't have a draw attack. Which again is why, like, sometimes, and I've noticed it's less of a thing now, even though YouTube Gaming is gone. You'd think YouTube Gaming would have made it better. But I used to notice a lot of viewers would just be like, they clearly were not interested in gaming, so they didn't really know how to hold a conversation with gamers. And every now and then you'd see people say stuff like, so yeah, anyway, I don't know anything about this game, so I don't really have anything to say about it. I can't really take part in this conversation. And I was always like, comment on something. Like, try to take part in the conversation? Like, hey, what do those flowers do? I've seen you walk past them a couple times, but you've never really done anything with them. What do those do? Like, that's... And I think it's because when it comes to gaming, and I noticed this a lot in World of Warcraft in particular, people are afraid of asking questions, because depending on the community, they're just going to make you feel stupid for asking the question, instead of enlightening you and educating you. So to be fair, I get it. I get why they might be afraid of asking questions. I'm here to tell you that you don't have to be afraid of asking questions. Here, at least. Let's do Great Baggy for a change of pace.
Be careful out there.
What is it? Right, let's get
Boom, baby. Alright, we should be good for a little while. Yeah, it's not bad. It's basically the same sharpness as this, except 50% more power, so that's pretty good. I think we'll be in a good position for a little while.
The village is in your hand.
Punch a Great Baggy's face in.
I've got lots of tasty snacks for you.
And it probably comes off as contradictory, because I've also said things before about, like, keeping things on topic. But it's like, ultimately, I'm more or less interested in talking about any video game. Like, the big if is that, like, if you come into a stream and everybody's talking about Pokemon, don't be like, yeah, so I've been playing Dragon Quest lately. Like, that's just kind of disrespectful. You're still keeping it on topic
Ready for any.
in regards to, like, gaming. But it's also being unaware of the fact that there are other people already holding a conversation. I've been, I wanted to start asking people, like, when someone shows up to a stream, like, hey guy, how's it going? What have you been playing lately? I've wanted to start doing that. And be like, hey, what gaming have you been up to? I think I stopped, like, very quickly because I was asking and people weren't answering the question. I find that, like, sometimes when you ask viewers questions, they just never answer you. So I was like, well, what's the point of doing that then? It starts to feel foolish after a while, because viewers are going to notice that people aren't answering it too, right? They're going to be like, why does this guy keep asking what games we're playing?
Sweet.
We clearly do not want to tell him. Oh, you can drop faster if you press the button again. Okay, interesting.
Thanks, buddy.
So you still have to play manually to get self-improvement, I think? Am I saying that correctly? Yeah, you do. Okay. Interesting. I just feel like this weapon is too smooth now. It used to be so unwieldy, and, like, it's a good thing that it's smoother, but... if anything, the game could probably use more beginner-friendly weapons in that regard. And if they make them support weapons, I think that's a pretty fine idea.
Watch your health.
Yeah. Jerk. And it's kind of funny. For a while there, I was saying, like 2 weeks ago, I said, oh, Twitch doesn't have this problem. People always talk about gaming on Twitch. And then I was watching someone on Twitch the other night, and I realized no one's talking about gaming, dude. Like, people are just talking about whatever the fuck they want to talk about. People on Twitch are very lewd, I've noticed, as well. They just like talking about butts. And not that there's anything necessarily wrong with that. But I was also like... Any subject you're gonna get sick of eventually, right? And that was kind of what happened that one night. I was like... I wanted to say in chat, are people still just talking about butts? Like, this is getting ridiculous. Do you guys have nothing else going on in your lives?
I'm going after it. Yeah. Whetstone time.
You don't know what most of the games you play are, but you like watching. Yeah, like... And that's fine. Like... Especially when we're gonna play a wide variety of games, there's no way everyone's going to have heard of every game we play, so... And yeah, like, I think that's like, that's great to hear that you picked up Spyro and that you've been enjoying it. I think that's, for me, that's like one of the things that is like, that's why I started streaming, right? Try and get people to pay attention to games other than fucking Mario and Zelda. And Minecraft. I probably could have finished him right there, but what can I say? I'm more captivated by the conversation at the moment. Yeah, Twitch does have the just chatting. I don't think I'm gonna need this, but we're gonna grab it anyway. Shut up. Oh, what are my silk binds? I haven't even been trying those. Okie dokie, I'm not sure what that did. That actually hit the monster, or... I'm a little surprised that I haven't gotten another knockout. So that's the big ol' hit. That's a twofer. From what I know, that thing's pretty powerful. I think 2 kind of works out there. Oh. Yeah, let's storm in a little bit here too. It gets creepy really fast. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I think a lot of people don't realize that. I think that's the thing with lewd stuff in general. It's like, it's all fun in games, but after a certain amount of time passes, it just starts to get creepy and weird. Man, I was thinking the other day that I haven't played Fall Guys in fucking months. I probably won't until it hits Switch, to be honest. I feel like...
How are you today? Have a look.
Right, we have to go talk to Iori. I feel like I actually have a pretty dirty mind, and I'd probably make more conversation like that, but I acknowledge the fact that it can get creepy really fast, so I tend to just not say stuff like that when it comes to mind. There's been a couple moments recently where I've actually, like, said something that came to mind, and as soon as I said it, I was like, I don't know if I should have said that. Like, that might have just sounded weird and creepy. I couldn't tell you what it was because I don't remember, but I remember that being a thing where I was like, maybe I shouldn't have said that. I know that it's been happening a lot in Bravely Default because there's a lot of dialogue in that game that is pretty easy to take the wrong way. I don't know if it was intentional or not. Kind of feels like it was because there's a lot of it. But I still don't remember, like, what I said that I was like, that was too much.
Drop by anytime.
Oh, hello. Make sure to check the special quest as well. Don't forget to eat.
Do I need... No weapon upgrades yet. Can I make any armor?
No problem.
We can make it. Not a lot of baggy stuff. I think we can make like 2 pieces though. No. More like... Well, we could probably make 2. Yeah, I think we could make like the helm and 1 other piece. Yeah, let's make that.
Right. Let's get cracking. No problem.
Not bad. 3 pieces of armor at this point
The village is in your hands.
isn't awful. And that hat's kind of cool. I like it. It's a little too large. Looks like it's a size or 2 too large, but we can make do.
I knew you were gonna say that.
I've kind of stopped trying to plan games, and I just let them sneak up on me.
Back to work.
It's almost fun having those moments of like, oh shit, such and such a game is coming out in 2 weeks. On that note, I don't think yeah, it's not on the schedule, it's just question marks, it just passed. I don't think, for some reason Amazon's fucking me on Mario Golf and saying no to, release day delivery. So I don't think we're gonna be playing Mario Golf on Friday.
A bamboo
I don't know why they're just saying, nah, we're not doing release day delivery for this one. Yeah, it says it's not gonna be here until Tuesday. I don't know if it's that I ordered it. Did I order it too late, maybe? That might be the case. But I also feel like a week in advance is, like, enough. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but we probably won't be playing on Friday. Unless I decide to cancel that order and, like, get it somewhere else, maybe. I'm wondering if... Do any other sites offer release day delivery? I think GameStop might, but then I'm probably gonna have to pay shipping, whereas with Amazon I get free shipping. I could always just go out and try to find a copy too, but in the post-pandemic age, I'm kind of like, going out? Nah, let's not do that. Really, it kind of works out because I really want to do more Age of Calamity too, so... being able to do a night of Age of Calamity and 2 nights of Bravely Default this week will be pretty comfortable, I think. I was a little worried about, like, feeling like falling too far behind and feeling like I wasn't getting enough done. I almost wasn't ready to introduce another game yet, I guess is what I'm getting at. So we'll probably be able to finish Age of Calamity in 1 more stream, and then we'll be plenty comfortable to pick up a new game. That was my fault. You, like, can't really dodge out of attacks very well with this weapon. Alright, that's enough.
Watch your health.
That's fair. If anything, now my off-stream gaming is like kind of renewed. I think I mentioned like 2 weeks ago that like of like wanting some time off from gaming and just being like out gamed for a little bit. Now I'm kind of like I kind of want to play like every Metroid before Dread comes out. Although, because there's like 2 of them I haven't beaten. And the ones I have beaten were probably like over 10 years ago, so...
I'm going after it. Let's go.
Sadly, I don't think I'm going to play any of them on stream. I was thinking about that, but I don't think it's... super compatible with the way I play them. Because, like, I've mentioned before, I think especially with, like, the older games, like the original Metroid, kind of the way I enjoy playing them is by making my own maps as I'm doing it. And I don't think that would work very well if I were to be playing it on stream. I'd have to pause a little bit too much. You're being a motherfucker. God damn, this thing is fucking hard. Now, granted, with the newer ones, I probably wouldn't have to make maps, but... I also... I don't think I have Zero Mission? I have Fusion on 3DS because of that Ambassadors thing. I think you only got Fusion for that. I don't think you also got Zero Mission. Well, it's been 19 years since Metroid Fusion. I think Metroid Prime 3 was like 2008 or something like that. So it's still like 13 years since that. I don't remember when Other M was. It was probably around the same time. So it's been at least like 12 years since they've made one. Well, so they did remake the Game Boy one on 3DS just a couple years ago. And this is the same developer that's doing this one. But aside from that, yeah, like a new title, they haven't made a new title in probably at least 10 years. And a new 2D Metroid, it's been 19 years.
I knew I could count on you.
That's why it's like, the announcement's a pretty big deal. That, and it's a game that was originally in development for the DS, and they canceled it. Which was apparently a... I saw an article today about apparently that was a technical thing. Like, apparently that's, like, the DS just couldn't handle it. So they were like, let's just wait and we'll come back to this later. I don't really know what the technical difficulty could have been. Fucker. Oh, I forgot about Federation Force, but I think everyone just pretends that doesn't exist. I don't know if it was actually any good. I vaguely recall... I think Mike played it, and I think he said it wasn't bad, it just wasn't a Metroid game. But it wasn't, like, a bad game? But I could be wrong on that. I kind of dislike this guy. But even then, it was a spin-off, so I still wouldn't really consider it. I'm not gonna just pretend it doesn't exist, but it's not a Metroid game in, like, any way other than being in the same universe.
Let's go. This should do.
Yeah, it seemed like something that could have been a new brand, but they decided to just... Nintendo's done that a lot over the past, like, couple of years, where they've been like... just make it a Zelda game. Just make it a Metroid game.
Be gentle. Promise.
Instead of actually making a new property, they're just like, just make it in this universe, even if it doesn't make sense.
Time to thrash.
Yeah, Federation Force was like the... It was the one that made me realize that gamers are like this. That was like one of the first games I saw where people were upset because it wasn't the game they wanted. And they were like... It's a really, like... It's a stupid concept that, like, I can think of... Like, there was that, there was the... They made a 2D Pikmin game on DS, or 3DS, was it? Actually, I'm not sure now. There was that Diablo mobile game, which is another example of this, where they announce a game, and the fans will be like, they chose to make this game instead of the game I wanted them to make. And it's like, that's not how it works. That's, like, really naive. To think that they had a choice to make Metroid 5, or Metroid Prime 4, or Federation Force, and they chose to make Federation Force over the other two. Like, that's not how it works. But that's when that mentality... That's when I noticed that mentality, like, being a thing. And I was like, people are dumb.
Let's see how you handle this.
God damn, that's a lot of damage. Would have liked to hit him in the head, but what can you do? You gotta be kidding me. You know what you did. Heal. I also have been thinking a lot lately about how, like, something that's very explicitly exclusive to gaming. Like, other media franchises don't really have this problem. Unless they're, like, noted as being a thing. Where, like, with video games, when a game comes out, everyone just talks about what the next one is gonna be, right? You don't see that with, like, movies or books, unless they're explicitly said this is a part of a series, like Harry Potter, and then they'll be like, oh man, I can't wait for the next Harry Potter book to come out, or next movie, etc. But if you look at, like, Luca, I just watched Luca last night. Onward. Any Pixar movie. You don't hear people saying, man, I can't wait for them to make Onward 2. Or I can't wait for them to make Luca 2. That's not where people's minds go, but with gaming it is. With games, it's immediately like, when's the next one coming out? And as an extension, people feel like they're being, like, treated criminally if they have to wait too long for the next installment in their game series. And everyone thinks that they had to wait, like... Everyone thinks it's just them, and I think a lot of people don't realize that that's everybody. Like, how this came up is I saw people... Konami has been launching a lot of Silent Hill merchandise lately. And Silent Hill fans are pissed off because they're like, when are you going to make another game? Which isn't going to happen because Konami is not interested in making games right now. Hate to tell you. And I'm noticing this is a problem with Konami fans in general, and not Castlevania, but Metal Gear and Silent Hill. Where people are like, they act like Konami is actually like doing something worth suing them over because of the fact that they're like not giving them enough. Like, people are like freak out about that shit. And I saw somebody on Twitter saying that. Excuse me. I saw someone on Twitter saying, I wonder if it's like voice strain or something. Maybe it's not allergies that's causing this problem. That would explain why it wasn't an issue yesterday. Anyway. I saw someone on Twitter saying that, quote, only Silent Hill fans know the struggle of having to wait this long to get a new installment in their game. And I wanted to... I wanted to comment and be like, clearly you've never heard of Mega Man. Or Earthbound. Or F-Zero. Or Metroid. Or Beautiful Joe. Only Silent Hill fans know that struggle. Yeah, you right. You right. I was like, are you fucking crazy? You think you and your franchise and your struggle is that important? You think it's that important? Like, other people go through that too, dude. Like, it's not... It blew my mind that only Silent Hill fans know this struggle. Fucking Mega Man Legends. Mega Man has been stuck on the moon for like 20 years now. That's probably never gonna be resolved, but only Silent Hill fans understand that struggle. It's been 15 years since Mother 3 came out, and it's never been properly localized, but only Silent Hill fans understand that struggle. It's like... Everyone understands that struggle, dude. I think everybody has a game that they're like, I wish they'd make another one, or even just re-release this game. And the company just happens to have no interest in doing so. Unless you're a super mainstream gamer, and the only thing you care about is Mario and Call of Duty and Grand Theft Auto, then maybe you don't get it. But I think it's also, like with what you said, Mario Maker comes out. When's Mario Maker 2? I think a lot of it is that... Hold on, let me read this so we don't lose too much time here. 2 attacks of the same note in a row generates a melody effect. Using ZR plays self-improve. Okay, so this is... So this is like... Echo is like the way it used to be. For ZR to play all melody effects built up on the musical staff, as well as self-improvement, a mode useful for applying various melodies at once. Yeah, performance just seems better. I don't think I'm even gonna try that.
What do you want?
Yeah, let me get my head in the game here so we can keep moving. Macaloid ore. And we got a fucking bagpipe. That should be easy enough to get. Can I get both of these? We might be able to. Just doing Windows.
No problem.
Yeah. Usually can. Usually can.
Take good care of your...
How about this weather, How are you today?
Okay. Yeah, we want to go to the forest or sandy plains because we want to get
Good luck.
Macalite. How much did we need?
Have a look around.
3.
Goodbye.
I think a lot of gamers these days, and I've heard some streamers talk about this because of E3 being this past week, of what they call hype culture. And I kind of agree with what they're talking about here. I think some gamers... I think we talked about this last week, too. I think some gamers just want to be excited about a game coming out, but once the game comes out, they don't give a fuck about it. Like, they don't want the game. They just want to be part of the excitement about the game. We talked about that a lot with Metroid in particular, because I was like, the Metroid franchise doesn't sell very well. Yet people are really excited for Metroid Prime 4 right now, and I think it's just because people just want to be excited about something. I don't think that hype is necessarily going to lead to sales, which is unfortunate. I hope it does. But then I saw another argument that people were having on Twitter, which like kind of made me mad because of what inspired it. From what I've seen, we've talked a bit about Kazuya for Smash Brothers, right? And how I don't think it's a very exciting pick for most people. And I think most people are in agreement on that. But some of the people that do find it an exciting pick are taking it, like, hyper offensively. They're, like, really pissed about the fact that people aren't excited about this character. And I saw someone trying to make an argument that, like, all of the other DLC characters aren't actually popular picks. It's that people are tricking you into thinking they're popular, which is completely insane. He was basically trying to say that Banjo-Kazooie was never a popular game, and that Nintendo fans have been tweaking the agenda over the past, like, 20 years to make you believe that it was a popular game, which is insanity. Because even if that was the case, and the game was never popular, the fact that people talked about it to the extent that now it is popular still means it's popular. That's not, like, fake popularity. I think that's what the guy was trying to get at, was that, like, the game isn't actually popular. It's just, it's fake popularity. And I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, if a character has been requested for Smash Brothers for 20 years? That's a popular character, dude. I don't care what the fuck you say. It doesn't matter how popular the original game was. It doesn't matter if it was niche, because eventually it transcends that. Like, I've heard people say that they shouldn't put Geno in Smash Brothers because he hasn't been relevant in such and such a time. The original game wasn't actually that popular. It doesn't fucking matter, dude. Smash Brothers players know who Geno is because he's transcended that and he's become, like, that's what makes him popular. And you can't say that's, like, fake popularity. It's like, how is that any less or more popular than... That doesn't make sense. I understand what they're saying, but I'm also like, you're insane. Also, I'm really going off the rails here because I'm trying to get enough ore. And I'm not really finding enough. I guess there's some up by this one camp. I can go get that one. People are nuts. So I guess when it comes, especially when it comes to Smash Brothers, seeing this one conversation of this guy like desperately trying to justify why his character is worth it and why everyone else's characters aren't, made me realize, oh yeah, I fucking hate this community. I fucking hate the Smash Brothers community. It's so fucking toxic. Like, why? Why drag because you're offended that somebody thinks your character isn't an exciting pick? Like, come on, dude. Fucking grow up. Get over it. Can't you just be happy that you have a character you're happy about? I've mentioned me and Banjo-Kazooie. I heard a couple of people say that they didn't have nostalgia for that character, so they didn't think it was that exciting of a pick. I didn't fucking crawl up their ass about it. I was like, dude, I get it. I'm just gonna be happy that I wanted the character in and they're in. I'm not gonna let that, like, cheapen the fact that, like, oh, I don't get to enjoy the character because someone else doesn't enjoy it as much as I do. Like, get over it, dude. Just be happy about it. When the character comes out, beat the shit out of everyone online with your character and be happy about it. Like, isn't that the point? People are weird. I don't know. I don't get it. I feel like we're almost at a point where discussing Smash Brothers inclusions is like, it's like fucking politics. It's just too high. It's too high tension. I really hope they don't announce a third Challengers Pack. I hope this is it. I want it to be over so we can just, like, collectively not talk about Smash Brothers for, like, 5 years. I would, like, really like it. Anyway, let's beat the shit out of a Royal Ludroth. Now that I got the ore I needed. Should have been Crash. Crash is just as underwhelming as Kazuya. Let's be fucking real. I think as a more cartoony character, it would potentially fit in Smash Brothers more. But as far as, like, who would get excited about it, it's the same level. I don't think... The only people that are excited about Kazuya are Tekken fans, and the only people that would be excited about Crash are Crash fans. That's not a pick that would, like, just universally make people go, this is hype. How am I bouncing so fucking much, dude? This sucks. It's not gonna be the last Smash. They're not gonna turn down making more money. I want... If we could go, like, 5 years before seeing another Smash, I'd be pretty happy with that. See, I don't necessarily want... I want to see another Smash, but what I want to see from a Smash Brothers is I want to see it, like, not being afraid to mix things up. Mostly in terms of cutting characters. I want to see them have the balls to, like, give Mario a new moveset and shit like that. I want to see it, like, kind of like what Street Fighter V did. Street Fighter V, like, really mixed up the characters. moves, right? And that's what I want to see.
Thanks, buddy.
Because let's be real, Smash Brothers hasn't really been innovated since Brawl. Like, the first game came out, and like, it had the basics, right? And then Melee added, you got what, 2 extra grab attacks, an extra special move, you got like air dodges and shit. It added like a bunch of like major tech that's like completely changed the game on a fundamental level. And then Brawl, honestly, Brawl really only added... It further refined some of those mechanics, and it added final smashes, which don't matter to competitive players, let's be real. And then what did Smash 4 do? Nothing. Smash 4 didn't add anything to the like fundamental mechanics of the game. It just removed the shit from Brawl that didn't work. And then, like, made it a faster game again, and they were like, yeah, there you go. It wasn't, like, an update. It didn't innovate on the gameplay in any way. Now, I could argue that Ultimate did innovate in a couple ways, because they did add some interesting tech here and there, but it's all tech that, like, only the, like, hyper-competitive players are going to understand. It's not something that, from an absolute, like, fundamental standpoint, completely changed the game. And that's what I want to see. I want to see something, like, that completely mixes it up. I always thought it would be cool if they added, like a utility special move. Like, add a... I don't know what button you'd put it on, but add a special move slot that's explicitly for, like, special moves that aren't attacks. For some characters, it would be obvious what this is. Like, for Olimar, it would be the whistle, for example. Because that's not an attack, that's just, like, a utility thing. And then for other characters, they wouldn't necessarily... for Pyra and Mithra, it would be their transform button and stuff like that. Shulk would have the stance changes put on that button. And then for the characters that don't have something that fit on that button, give them something. Give him something. What would you give Mario? What if you give him a Fire Flower mode that makes him, like, slower, but it adds, like, explosive fire damage to, like, all of his attacks? Then you take, like, his basic Smash attack, you give him just, like, the punch from Smash 64, but then you give him, like, the Fireball one when he's in Fire Flower mode. And then just have it that you can, like, toggle back and forth. Just add, like, depth like that would completely change the way some characters are played. And as a result, you'd pretty much have to make the roster smaller, because you're not going to be able to reinvent everybody. I did not sharpen while I was running here, because I'm too busy yapping. I think the issue is that, and I think Sakurai is a good game developer, don't get me wrong, this isn't, like, I can see weaknesses in how he does things, but I think he is a good game developer that knows what he's doing. However, I think when it comes to stuff like Smash Brothers, he's focusing his innovations on, like, single-player modes, and those don't matter. Unless you make a single-player mode that has, like, hundreds of hours of gameplay in it, then it doesn't matter. Like, that's how he innovated in, like, in Ultimate, is he added, like, he came up with World of Light, and he came up with Smashdown, and he came up with, like, the Smash Strike? Is that what it's called? The one where you play with, it's like 5-on-5, and, like, when one person gets squad strike. That's what it's called. But none of these modes matter because, first of all, you can't play them online, which immediately makes them completely irrelevant. So it doesn't add anything to the greater game.
Knew I could count on you.
And I think that's something that, like, that's something that Smash needs moving forward. You need more than characters. And to be fair, me from 10 years ago had a completely different opinion. Because I remember Brawl was one of the reasons why I wanted to start getting into game design and, like, understanding it. Because there was a lot of questionable design choices in Brawl. And a lot of it was, like, I felt like they were putting all of their time into modes and shit instead of putting it into characters. Now Ultimate's, like, the exact opposite. They put all their time into characters, but there's no, like, fucking modes. There's no, like, different way to play the game. It's just, like, the same game, and it hasn't really changed. I don't think it's really changed since Brawl, like I said. It's better designed, like the roster's better balanced, so that's worth something. I also really want to see roster cuts just so they dial it back on third parties. Third parties got really out of control, in my opinion. And I'm at a point where I would probably willingly sacrifice some of the third parties I actually want to see to get rid of some of the bloat. Because there's just too much. I feel like it would be an interesting series to be like... to take, like, a game series and say, if I were to be put in control of making a sequel, what would I change? I guess the problem there is I'd basically be putting ideas out there for people to steal. And it would be a series of, here, take my idea and make a game. So... if I want to actually get interested in making games, I should probably keep that shit to myself.
Here it comes. I'm going after it. Yeah. Not begging for mercy.
So I'm trying to catch up in a hurry with what's being said. Yeah, I think there are some people within the Smash community who probably are happy, but they're drowned out by the people who aren't happy, and that's most of them. Same passion that Smash 64 had. Yeah, I feel like Smash 64, Melee, and Brawl had, like, a certain passion, for sure. And then 4, I'd say 4 still had it. And Ultimate does at times, but there's also moments in Ultimate where you're like, it's very hit or miss. It's on a per character basis. Some characters you're like, you can tell they were really into making this character, and then other characters, like, you could tell their heart wasn't in it. They just put this character in just to do it. And I think part of that might be because the second Challenger pack is, Sakurai didn't pick the characters. Businessmen picked the characters. And he's doing his best to make it work, but only thing Smash 4 did was make the series portable. I don't even necessarily count that as, like, something it deserves credit for. It's kind of funny to think that I put, like, 200 hours in on Smash 3DS, and now I, like, can't stand playing things on 3DS. Like, now I'm like, this thing's so fucking uncomfortable to hold. How the hell did I play Smash Brothers of all fucking things for that many hours on that thing? I would love to be able to stream Smash again. We kind of talked about this a lot within this week, just because of, you know, Smash being highlighted. I'd love to be able to do it again, but I know that it has to be done in a very particular way. And I think ultimately what it comes down to, pun not intended, is that I have to be sure that enough people would actually be down to play it. Because if I'm going to make some ridiculously exclusive rule set of you can only play certain characters and shit, I have to be sure people are going to be down for it. Because if I do a stream where there's this ridiculous rule set and only 2 people show up, it's kind of not great. And that's what stopped me for quite some time, really, is not knowing for sure if people would be down to play it or not. I don't really want to mount. Did we not? Like, you're almost dead. Fuck. I guess we're doing it.
Who's up for walkies?
That, and there's so many other games to play right now that it's like, just... There's not even a spot in the schedule for it. I liked the idea of making it, like, a Nuzlocke, almost, or giving it roguelike elements, where, like, people can pick their characters, but if you lose, perhaps lose a certain number of times, then that character gets eliminated. Nobody can play as him again until some milestone is hit, and then it, like, re-unlocks the roster. I thought that was an interesting idea, because it would be, like... It offers balance. People would be able to pick characters, but it would keep them in check, so that they're not just camping on fucking Joker all goddamn night. Alright, we're gonna get out of here, and we're gonna take a short break. It's about that time of the night. I should have enough to upgrade my horn, which is good. We did lose some time on that one, but that's because I was fucking around looking for ore for a good portion of it. So I don't know. It would have to fit the schedule in particular. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and hop up. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and then we'll continue. We'll try to continue the conversation, too. So stay tuned, and I'll be right back. Back to it. I might have to hop back up in a couple minutes. My cat actually hasn't been hanging out in here much lately, but she is now. She's happily laying in the middle of the floor. So she might want out shortly. That's what it comes down to. So I may have to address that. Where are we?
How about this
Upgrading our
one?
weapon. That's where we are. We'll do Tetromedon.
Don't forget to eat.
Can't go wrong with Tetromedon.
What is it?
Ooh, my ears just popped. That was weird.
Gotcha.
I can hear clearly again. It's interesting. Has like speakers on it. What if that's Roggy? That'd be kind of nice. Wouldn't mind going poison.
Are you
Armor?
forging or upgrading?
That's... yeah, that's an upgrade. Or we could even take that. We did upgrade our weapon, right? Yeah. We got the bagpipe. The thing's huge. I didn't think it was going to be that big.
No problem.
Yeah, sure, let's take that. Why not? We match. Look at that.
Take good care of your gear.
Yeah, that's kind of what she does. She's just like, yep, I'm here now. Yeah, I'm realizing the appeal of emulation when it comes to 3DS, because you can play it on a big fucking screen, you can upscale the graphics, which is super cool, and you can just play it on a normal-ass controller, and it's super comfy. So I'm kind of, like, seeing a brief resurgence of 3DS interest. Onward. Cats are, like, less work. Dogs are very, like... if you like being interrupted constantly because they need something, then I guess go for it.
Floating in water.
Let's make this a quick one.
Yeah, it's like the 3DS games, except you don't have to deal with it being an uncomfortable to hold handheld. You can't get the 3D effect, though, then, of course, which is kind of a bummer, but on some games that's actually pretty important. But I've been trying to play Samus Returns and A Link Between Worlds, finally. And that's how I've been playing it. And it's like, it's just super nice being able to just put it up on the TV, boost it up to like 960 resolution, and then just grab my PS4 controller and just go nuts. It's super comfy. My first cat would sleep in the sink. I thought that was super weird, but she did that. This one doesn't. There's a habit that I wanted to curb, because the first cat we would let drink out of the sink, so we would just let the water trickle, like, all the time. But then the sink was, like, fucking filthy all the time as a result, so when we got the second cat, I was like, yeah, we're not doing that again. It was cute, I guess, but it also sucked. Yeah, dogs are like a fun once-in-a-while thing, if you know someone with a dog. Shut up. It's kind of like being an uncle, when you can deal with, when it's like having kids just for a limited amount of time, and you're like, well, this is cool. Wouldn't want to do it all the time, though. Nothing against people that have kids, just saying it's not for everybody. This one does fine with just a normal-ass water bowl, so it's not a big issue. Dude, did you miss more? I could tell that A Link Between Worlds having 3D would be really nice.
It's a whetstone.
It's moved somewhere else. Let's go.
But I think some games it wasn't meaningful. Like, it looked cool, but it was like, it didn't add anything to the gameplay. If I remember right, Monster Hunter 4 was like that. Like, it looked cool, but it was also like, this doesn't do anything for me. Same with Smash Brothers. I remember it was like, this is neat, but that was about it. So anyway, yeah, I remember I did like a lot of testing for the Smash Lock concept. Like, I used AI. I just let AI fight each other to, like, test out how the concept would work. Now I'm just constantly keeping my eye on her because I want to make sure she's not sitting at the door waiting to be let out. I think what I came up with was... They were 4-player free-for-alls. I think it was, like... I think I made it 3 stock. And like 7 minutes. Because I kind of liked that elimination aspect to it. But honestly, that could change. If I did it in a live setting, I might be like, oh, I hate this. I'd rather just everybody be in for those 7 minutes. Or less. And I think I gave every character lives. So, like... If you lost with a character, they didn't immediately get eliminated. I think it was like 3 lives or something like that. And then I made it that if you play as random, you're exempt from that rule. Like, if you lose as a character with random, they don't get eliminated. But if you win as a character with random, they get an extra life. Because I really wanted to I wanted to encourage playing random, but I didn't want to force it. I didn't knock him out yet, did I? Then I had, like, common rules of, like... If somebody's playing as... If Caleb's playing as Lucario and no one can beat him, and he's not getting eliminated, Logan can't pick Lucario to intentionally lose and get him eliminated. And stuff like that. Because I remember when I was workshopping it and, like, just thinking out loud, a lot of people would be like, well, why wouldn't you just pick your opponent's character so that either way, he's getting eliminated no matter who wins. It's like, nah, you wouldn't be able to do that. You could maybe snipe them, like, if they're not playing the character. Like, if somebody wanted to, like, pick Ganondorf early to just be like, let's get him out of there. But you also can't, like, intentionally lose. Yeah, 3D Land at the time was super cool, but when you try to replay it, you're like, this is very whatever. It's just a game. It wasn't really anything special. I remember trying to replay it and having that same experience. Yeah, that was like, I probably told the story a bunch, but that was how the random thing came about, is when, was playing Brawl with friends. That was how we just decided to, like, first of all, it was to help it stay fresh for me, because I'd get bored just playing the same character over and over again. It's kind of like a challenge. And then it was also to prevent people from just like, I'm just gonna play Bowser all night. Because that just got boring. And everyone was into it, so we just kind of stuck with it. And then we eventually came up with the... everyone plays random. If you win, you stay as that character until you lose, or until you have... At first it was 5 wins, and then we changed it to 3 wins. I think for streaming Smash Brothers, that rule set is like too difficult to monitor. And again, it would force random, and I think some people just don't like that. So I like encouraging random and not forcing it. I think that's overall a better way of doing it. Because hell, then sometimes if I'm like, I just want to play Mega Man or something, it's... the option is available. But then if I get my ass kicked, you know, eventually I'm going to be eliminated. Which at this point I probably would, because I haven't played Smash Brothers in probably like 2 years. Yeah, the 3DS sucked for, like, the first year, for sure. It wasn't until Animal Crossing and Fire Emblem came out that was like, oh, this is now worth owning. I pressed the wrong button. No comment. Man, who did that? I was not in a position to take advantage of this whatsoever. He's been around. He's just not here yet. I'm sure he will be at some point. He's still, like, got the most hours this month, so, you know, he's still around. Which I guess I missed the, oh, the month is half over. Let's give an update on how everyone's hours are looking. I'm pretty sure Volpe's in the lead and Lightgazer's right behind him. I don't remember who's after that. Pretty sure Alexander's probably up there, if I had to guess. Logan might be up there. I think Scarlet's up there, too. Okay, that's fair. Bye-bye. I think it would be interesting jumping back into Smash at this point, too, because I haven't played against any of the... I haven't played against or as any of the second fighter pass, like, at all. Barely played against Byleth. What are you doing, kitty? Do you want out? Do you want out? You want me to pause the game so you can come up and say hi first? Yeah, like I played a lot against Joker when he came out, and I fucking hated playing against Joker. Come here. Hey, come here. Get over here. You're bad. Come here. Come here. Hey. You're such a precious. What are you looking at? Stinks. Oh, you're so precious. You're such a precious fatty. Do you want out? Or are you just snooping? Do you want out? See if you can catch that mouse while you're out there. DLCs are not fun to play against. I imagine they're all very, like... It's gonna be just like the new characters in Ultimate, where at first I'm gonna be like... Oh, this character's fucking bullshit. Like, remember when Ultimate came out and we were all like, yo, K. Rool is the cheapest bullshit we've ever seen? Now it's kind of like, whatever, right?
Be careful out there.
So I'm sure it'll take adjustment.
Yeah, I love that one too.
And yeah, I feel like, for sure... Smash is the type of game where I have to be very selective about the people I play it with. And I think, as a streamer, it's very difficult and unhealthy for the sake of the channel to be like, I don't like playing with you, you can't play anymore. So I think it has to be simplified into create a rule set that will deter the people that you won't necessarily like playing with. That's not bad, and we just need more Macalite. Or we could potentially downgrade.
Haste makes waste.
We could reverse and then upgrade to this. I think that's not a bad idea. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be like the way to go long term, but we're going to roll back, and then we're going to upgrade to this instead.
No problem.
It's like slightly better. It has like... Oh good, we need gloves, like desperately. Is this better? It is slightly better. Yeah, we'll take it.
Now get hunting.
Because it has defense and it has water. And it has healing. and attack up, which is pretty nice. I think that'll go well. I think that'll go well. Oh, I forgot to split. Shit. Oh well. Yeah, that's the problem. That was part of why I stopped wanting to stream it, because every DLC that comes out, you have a bunch of tryhard kids who are like, oh, the latest DLC is my new main. Like, they switch mains every time a new DLC comes out. And then you have that element of, this new character seems cheap and I don't know how to play him against, except it's exaggerated because they're playing as him for 6 hours straight. And it just makes for, like, a not fun time. I remember trying to watch people play Smash and it made me grumpy. Watching people just play the DLC. Like, I remember lurking during Smash streams for other streamers, and every time I'd turn and look, someone was playing as the new DLC. Like, it's just constant. And I get it. I get people are excited for new characters, but it's like... You pick up on who's like that, right? You can pick up when it's like, oh, they're just really excited about this one character, or they're a fucking tryhard and every new character they have to play. So I can just mash X and just recover health constantly. That seems super good. I won't lie though, you guys kind of got me wanting to play Smash. I've been kind of feeling the itch for like a little while anyway. It's just, it hasn't been very powerful. Yeah, you start to realize which players are up to what. You like, they probably think that streamers aren't picking up on what their game is, but like, we pick up on it. Kind of thankful. It seems like Horns only have like 4 songs, or 3 songs, because not counting self-improvement, like at any given time. Which is kind of nice. That means that like, it'll make it easier for me to pick a horn out, without having to be like, oh, I have to look at 8 different songs to figure out which ones I want. I remember trying to play when Banjo came out. And I think I tried to play a bit when Terry and Byleth came out, but I only played against AI. I didn't play with other people. At this point, I don't even really follow anyone who plays Smash on a semi-regular basis. I don't think I even have the game installed right now. So if I wanted to, like, bust it out for 2 hours at the end of this run or something, I don't think I'd be able to. I don't think it's installed. Might not be a great time to do it though either, because of if Mario Golf works out well as a multiplayer night, we'll probably just play that for a while.
This just won't do.
How's he going? And how can I get up there easily? I guess is the better question. But yeah, it's. I mean, I've talked about it a couple times, so I'm sure this is no surprise. But it is a game I wouldn't mind playing again. It's just I know that I have to be very selective and careful about how I do it. Because I know that if I give people too much reign to play in ways that I don't like, I'm going to very quickly lose interest in playing again. And like I said, part of it is I have to be sure that there will be enough people here to play it. Because if I come up with this super exclusive rule set, I thought about doing stuff like you can't even play unless you're a regular. And if I start doing shit like that, but then I do a stream and only 2 people show up, and one of them only stays for 2 hours, we've got a bit of a problem, right? Especially because you can't, like, put AI players in multiplayer. Hello! What the fuck, Baroth? Yeah, I'll still have my save file. Unless you explicitly delete your save file. But I'm pretty sure I archived it, not deleted it, so it shouldn't have done anything like that.
You pulled it off!
Bye-bye. Let me take control.
Yeah, I know that much, guy. I've thought about that with Monster Hunter, too. Although I don't think Monster Hunters... It doesn't matter quite as much. I think if you wanted to play on a Monster Hunter night, it would probably be fine. Whereas with Smash, if one person has, like, less than ideal internet, it just brings the entire lobby down. But that's not a thing in Monster Hunter. We probably wouldn't even notice. Well, Fall Guys, I think all of your data is stored on the server, so that's, like, extra reason to... You should be fine. I think that's why I forgot to split on the last one, because I was busy drinking. So I got a new flavor of Dew yesterday. I wound up having to pick up some bottles just because it was convenient, but the upside is they had lots of cool flavors. So I have more bottles of Major Melon out there. They actually had some Baja Blast, so that was incredible. And then they have Maui Burst, which is pineapple. And it's actually pretty fucking good. Holy shit, it's humid. I think I just got a full drink of water just from the outside of that bottle. It's only been sitting there for like a couple seconds. Not a couple seconds, a couple minutes, but still. It's been so long. It's easily been over 2 years since I've played Smash, I'm pretty sure. When did Ultimate come out? Was it Holiday 2018? I think. So I played it up through, like, early 2019. Because I remember playing when Joker came out, and I remember hating it. I don't think I even ever streamed it when Hero came out.
What?
That barely looks any different.
My hammer's ready.
Okay.
No problem.
Got the helm. Now we gotta turn that off because it looks ridiculous.
The village is in your hands.
But yeah, it's been over 2 years, I'm pretty sure. So I imagine it would be a different crowd. I don't even remember if you played, honestly. I want to assume you did. But that just goes to show you how long ago it was. Logan played for a while, although I remember specifically that Logan had an issue with, like, he cut himself off because he was getting too serious.
Good luck.
I ate already. What am I doing?
Yeah. Playtime's over.
I think JMT played. Twain and View probably played every now and then, but I don't think it was that often. Honestly, I think a lot of people that played haven't stuck around.
Those who set
They're not, like,
never again are found.
community members.
Let's make this a quick one.
They were Smash Brothers players. Oh, I guess Volpe played a lot, too. Snow Arclight, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. I don't know what that says, but welcome to the stream all the same. Oh, the only stream you played was the last time I streamed it? That's unfortunate. Yeah, I think you, like, got the game late or something. I think that was, like, that was probably around when you first started watching, wasn't it?
Sweet.
I couldn't even look at friends list and figure it out through that, because I probably purged a lot of those people from my friends list since. Especially if they change their names regularly to the point where I look at my friends list and I'm like, I don't know who this is. Like, you got deleted if you did that. I do remember you playing, like, once. Yeah, I do remember that being a thing. Scarlet never played it because I don't think Scarlet had it yet. I think she has it now. But at the time, she didn't. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if Lightgazer has it. At the time, I don't think he really watched my channel that often, though, so I don't think he played then. I'm more so trying to think now, okay, if I were to stream it tomorrow, who would be down to play? I don't know if Alexander has it. I think Seven played a couple times, too. But I also think I'm wrong when I say that. Oh, Blue played a lot, too. You can't roll cancel with this weapon, like, at all. Yeah, that was quick.
Be careful.
Being like trash.
Played self-improvement. Oh, come on, dude. Yeah, I think I uninstalled it when Steve was revealed. I think I did, in fact, do that. And then I think around when Sephiroth was announced, I was like, maybe I'll reinstall it. That's when I was kind of like, I kind of want to play some Smash. Man, I don't even need to bother if Tremors negated. He didn't have any Tremors. But yeah, as I said, I'm pretty sure I'd have to reinstall it too, so it's not something I'm gonna be doing like tonight or anything like that. I think, like I said, the biggest thing for me is I want to be sure that not only will people show up and be down to play, but will they be down to play... Will we be able to, for 6 hours, have at least 4 people playing? Will the match be full all night? I want to be, like, really sure that that's a thing. Like, if I can't be sure of that, then I probably won't stream it. Because I don't want to wind up in a position where it's like, oh, there's only 2 of us. Because I am not a big fan of one-on-one, and I really dislike 3-player free-for-all. To the point where I would probably just sit there and wait for another person to join, and I don't want to find myself in that situation, like, ever. Cool aim. Yeah, I haven't seen Coulter in months. He says stuff on Discord every now and then, but he hasn't come to a stream in a really long time. If he has, he hasn't said anything. Well, I'm mostly trying to remember who would be down to play, more than anything. Sarah doesn't really come here anymore. I haven't seen her in months. Which is fine. Like, viewers come and go. I'm not trying to throw shade and be like, oh, I don't know what I did to piss them off. It's nothing like that. It's just... I think some people are very, I even fall into this. Like, I think some people just don't really watch streams every single day. I don't really watch anyone on YouTube anymore. Mostly because by the time I'm done streaming, nobody's live. If I'm lucky, Twain will be live and I'll watch him. Otherwise, I watch Brad, like, first thing in the morning. That's about it. Even on my night off, on my off nights, I tend to, like, just do something else other than watch streams. But a lot of it, as far as YouTube goes, is just, like I said, nobody's live by the time I'm done. And I've been unsubbing from a lot of people lately because I'll look at their, like, last 30 uploads, and if I see it's nothing but Mario Kart and Splatoon and Minecraft, and, like, just the least resistance, top 5 YouTube games, throw in a Breath of the Wild every now and then, I'm like, alright, yeah, I'm unsubbing from this, because I don't really have interest in watching people play the same game as everyone else. I want to see them throw in something random that I've, like, never heard of or something. At least every now and then. But if I see that for months all they do is play, like, the top 5 YouTube games, I'm like, nah, I'm out of here. God, we are far behind. This is actually going quite slow. Like, the other day, View was playing a game I'd never even heard of, and I was like, that's awesome. Even if I try to watch it and I'm like, this game is stupid, I respect the fact that it's a game I've never even heard of. Most streamers don't have the balls to play stuff like that. And I respect it.
I've got lots of tasteful. Man, so good.
If it's not fucking Mario Kart and Breath of the Wild and Mario Maker and Minecraft, it's just, and Splatoon, it's just not worth playing. Is what I say to that.
I have a special quest for you.
Yay, auto-scroller!
Don't forget to eat.
Who's excited? I'm not. Can you tell?
What's up? What do you need?
Dude, that wasn't the Ragi tree? That is disappointing. Well, fuck me.
Are you foraging or upgrading?
Yo, cowboy hat? Yo, we can make the cowboy hat, dude. We're making the... Oops, I accidentally didn't equip it. We're putting the fucking cowboy hat on, dude. We're there. Yes. It doesn't match this armor at all, but that's okay. Excuse me. Oh, and take it easy, Caleb. Thanks for stopping in. It's good having you. Yeah, let me see. Top 5. Volpe, Lightgazer, Guy, Scarlet, Logan. Alexander is in, like, a very close 6th.
But
As far
there's
as monthly
nothing
hours
to
go.
fear.
Let's go.
If it isn't Kamura's brightest flame. Let's do this!
Oh, excuse me. Sometimes you just gotta
Hanging in there?
bite the bullet and be like, nah, I gotta let this gas out. I'm trying to do it in a way that isn't... Bleh.
Sup, Ace? Put down some artillery!
Counting on you.
Great!
Have I mentioned yay auto-scroller?
Listen up! Let's move on. Put down some artillery!
Oh. I was like, why does it say that you're ranked 5th? You're ranked 3rd. No, that's for all time. That makes more sense.
Listen up! Let's move on.
Yeah, let's see. 6th through 10th, Alexander,
Put down some artillery!
Demonic, Brad, Eno, and Riley.
All set.
Impressively, Caleb is up to, like, 15th after one stream, which is... It's pretty solid. Hey, man.
Let's move on. Come here. Let's do this. Give it a spin. Look at this. Listen up. Show me your moves. Listen up. You can do it. Give it a try. Listen up.
In regards
You
to
can
this
do it.
month or all time?
Give it a try. Listen up. Hold on tight.
I mean, it's been
Great.
least a year just from emerald color. I wonder who the first person to get to the 2-year emerald color is gonna be. Probably gonna be you or Twain, if I had to guess. I think Twain will hit it first.
You can do it.
Pardon me. Try to keep the
Look at that.
burpees in check when I'm on stream, but they're like they won't be ignored tonight.
Don't let me down.
Another job.
Yeah,
well done.
Twain is 5 months away from the.
Great find. Stand your toe.
Where you're 8 months away. It looks like.
Excellent. Look at that.
Yeah, because I think he emeralded up like right away. So basically, I don't think anyone could reach it before he does. Unless he just suddenly dropped it for over a year, and then maybe people could catch up.
Well done. Oh,
Oh.
sweet.
Yay, auto scroller. I wish they would add, like...
Listen up.
I wish they'd make it that you could customize the ranks for, like, the badges a little bit more. They're at, what, like... 1 month, 2 month, 3 months, 6 month,
Listen up.
12 and 24. And you, like, have, like, no control over that. I feel like they're giving me more tutorials than
They're
usual.
coming. Let's go.
Oh my god. Stop. Fine. I'm gonna get the knockout
Come here,
first.
move. You repelled him. Listen up.
This one's not going super smoothly. Guy, I hate that they just won't let you do anything during the tutorials. Like, during the tutorial section, you can only do the one thing they want you to do. It's kind of frustrating.
Yeah, I think he has a 3-month lead.
I've been waiting for you. Yeah.
Oh, let's do this!
I feel like I haven't enjoyed a good thunderstorm in quite some time. The fact that there's been some lately has been really cool.
If it isn't Kamura's right display. I've been waiting for you.
I didn't want to talk to you.
Counting on you.
They're coming!
Okay, can I actually, like, interact with stuff now?
Hey, don't worry about it.
Please?
You can do it!
Thank you.
All set.
Assume defensive position!
Don't let me down. Counting on you.
Defend the gate!
Don't let
Drop
me
some
down.
cannons for funsies.
All set.
Zip over here and drop another
Don't
bomb.
let me down.
Bum. 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 Show off.
I'll leave the rest to you.
Listen up! That's it! Show me your moves! Look at this!
The thing that sucks about this whole segment is that you never do any other rampages within this run. You have to do the tutorial.
You remind me of when I was young.
It's not like at least by doing this you unlock other rampages or anything like that. It's like, I mean, you do, just within the context of the speedrun. It's very much a do it just to do it.
That's an ugly mug if I've ever seen one.
They're coming! Listen up! Defend the gate!
What if it's faster to use the ballista or just jump off and hit it? In this particular context. Might depend on what your weapon is.
Attention, please! You can place some artillery again!
That went pretty fast, so maybe that.
That's my ace!
And we're still running, like, real far behind, though.
Excellent!
I'm kind of mixed on that, because, like,
Good job!
like I always say, like, the reason I started streaming was to talk to people about games, so if we get derailed with conversation, that's not a bad thing. Especially when I'm not, like, taking the whole speed aspect of it terribly seriously, but... there is an appeal to get through, to getting through these quicker rather than slower, because then we have more time to mess around in the end game. Like, I liked how last week we almost had time to spare. Now, realistically, even though we're behind right now, that's... I mean, our best time is 4.5 hours, so if we still keep it under 5, that's more than good. Oh yeah, I can ramp up my weapon now. I guess maybe the other unfortunate thing is I kind of want to take a break and get something to eat. But I'm probably not going to be able to do that if I care that much about time.
What is it? Hey. Yeah. Come to me if you...
I love how he gives me attitude about... Oh, you're still here? You're the one that won't stop talking, dude.
What do you need?
Come on, get with it.
Are you foraging or upgrading?
Those aren't as good. Oh,
My hammer's ready.
that's better. It is, in fact, better.
No problem.
It's probably unnecessary, but
Very well.
it's okay. Defense boost or water boost? I guess we'll just take water boost.
The village is in your hands.
Turn off this awful looking life vest.
Oh, hello. A special quest has been added. Good luck.
I love that one too.
Time's over.
I mean, I don't know. That's not the only reason people go to Vegas. They kind of live in the area anyway, too, don't they?
On the road to perdition.
Also, would them getting married be a bad thing? Like, is that horrible? If anything, they'd be doing it and you wouldn't have to worry about going out of your way to go to a ceremony and such. That's not gonna be him, right? I don't think he's gonna be at 2. He's probably up at 9. 2 is probably like an Arzuros or something. I'd be more worried if it was brother and ex-girlfriend go to Vegas. Then I'd be like, uh-oh. Well, tell them to go fuck themselves then. That shouldn't be a reason for you to look down on other people getting married. You know what I mean? Just tell them to shut the fuck up then. Or do what I do and say I kind of have to, like, you know, have a girlfriend first. I started getting really smart-ass when family did that. So, like, so when are you gonna get married and have kids? And I'd be like, damn, when I find out how I can marry myself and have kids without the input of someone else. I guess. Because, you know, apparently that doesn't matter anymore. Apparently meeting someone you're happy with isn't the part of the equation you guys care about. They didn't like that. They didn't like when I started getting really snarky about it. To which I said, how about you ask me how my life is going instead of asking me, like, what haven't I done yet? And they wonder what happened. They wonder what happened to, like, innocent Kevin that never talked back to anybody. Well, I got sick of people treating me like that. This is gonna suck. Oh, no, not if I get out of there in time. It's kind of that whole small talk thing we were talking about earlier, right? Instead of holding an actual conversation, they just throw shit like that. Another classic one was, so do you have a real job yet? To which I was always like, so do you actually, like, accept jobs other than what you accept as jobs to be, a feasible way of living, or... Oh no, what have I done?
No problem.
Like, it's a two-way street, people. Like... So that was a horrible mount. Don't ever do what I just did. It was accidental, to be fair. I was trying to launch into Aknasom, not... I don't know why he went in the other direction. So that was all just bad.
Gotta stay sharp.
You can always simplify it, too. I don't know, have you learned to mind your own business yet? Because really, what business is it of theirs? To a point, if it's your parents and they're like, you know, we want grandkids, I kind of get that. At least there's an incentive there. But if it's like an aunt or an uncle, just be like, what fucking business is it of yours? That's just not... That's not the life for everybody. And the sooner people come to realize that, I think the happier we will be as a species. Like, I actually have quite a few friends who are, like, either in my boat or, like, half in the boat, if that makes sense. Like, the friend I mentioned earlier that I've had for, like, 20 years, he is married, but he's very firmly like, yeah, we're probably never gonna have kids. We just don't think that's us. And that's fine. I do think this weapon is too easy to play now. I do think this weapon's too easy to play now. Buffs last forever, for starters. I say as they immediately run out. Oh, I don't have the big one charged, my bad. It's just like run in and beat the thing now. Like it's, I don't know. I don't dislike it, but it's like, surprisingly simple to play now compared to what it used to be. And quality of life is good, don't get me wrong, but I think they almost took it too far. Been thinking about that the last couple hunts because I'm kind of like, I'm barely thinking about playing. Like, I'm just kind of mashing. Every now and then switch up which button you're mashing so that you can get your other buffs, and then just and rinse and repeat.
Stop begging for mercy.
And realistically, in the long run, it's a good thing. It is, because it's gonna lead to more people playing weapons that are like support focused. I think previously Monster Hunter had that problem where people only wanted to play the big deeps weapons. They only wanted to play the thing that gets the big damage numbers. So if they made this more user-friendly, and we're gonna see more people playing supportive roles, I think overall that's a good thing. As long as it doesn't become a I support by punching the monster's face in kind of thing, where it's like they think the damage is the appeal of the weapon. Then you're just kind of missing the point anyway. I don't really know how to actually dodge that, because sometimes it just doesn't hit me, and then other times it's like no matter what I do, it hits me. For a while I thought it was just face away from the light, which makes a lot of sense, but sometimes that doesn't seem to work. Now there I was kind of sideways, so might have just been bad placement. Whatever. Whatever, dude. Let's take it seriously. Okay. That was interesting. I didn't think that would hit me in a million years. I'm not really sure what happened there.
I knew I could count on you.
I will say, like, I think I said this last week too, or maybe the week before that. The more of these runs I do, the more I dislike this monster. I think this monster's kind of annoying to fight. In multiple ways. Excuse me? Fuck hit me, the wind force? Let's say him before that hits me again.
You almost got it.
I guess I can see it as, like... I almost feel like maybe everybody should have, like, a pocket hunting horn.
Let's go.
If that makes sense. It's a term I've heard in, like, MMOs and stuff. Like, have a pocket priest, where it's like you have a healer you can bust out if the group happens to need it. And I think if they made hunting horn this approachable, that maybe that's a good thing. Because if everybody just has a hunting horn ready to go, just in case you find yourself on a hunt where you're like, dude, we could really use, like, a little bit of healing or something. Or maybe some earplugs or something. I don't think that's a bad thing. But on the other hand, I guess I miss the complexity. Yeah, that's not why I can't even dodge out of it. Yeah, which, like, don't get me wrong. My approach is rude as fuck. But I also feel like people asking questions like that is rude as fuck. Like, why is everybody so nosy?
Nothing personal.
Man, I just can't make any time back on this run, which... And this is highly unfortunate, because I'm probably going to take another quick break. So I'm probably going to lose more time. If I remember correctly, the run where we got like 4.5 hours was like... I don't think I took any breaks. Or maybe I took like one, and it was really quick. And I guess for those that might be watching this on archive, it's worth pointing out that each of these runs is a week apart. So if it sounds like... If you're like, how do you not remember this? This was last episode. Well, that was a week ago for me. And this week was E3, so my head has been in other places. This shit's surprisingly good. I saw pineapple soda and I was like, I don't know about this. It's pretty good. It's not too overpowering. I've tried pineapple soda before and I wasn't impressed, but this one is like I said, it's not too powerful.
How are you doing? Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah. Holy shit. That looks kind of nice. It sucks. The stats are awful. I wonder what Sonic Barrier does. Oh yeah, the mushroom saxophone. Hey, that's the tier of the insect glaive I made. Was Magia.
See you later.
I should probably
Oh,
armor. Was there not a Bishatin one? Guess not.
what do you need?
Could I make like multiple pieces of this? That would be pretty ideal.
No problem.
I think I can make... Oh, no, I need Bullfango pelts to make more. I'm gonna take this one. Oh, that was dumb. Because they both needed horns. I could have done that smarter. I probably could have made the helm and the greaves instead. Well, if I could get another Bullfango pelt, then I could still get the pants as well.
Now get hunting.
Turn that back on. It doesn't look too bad.
It's a good day for a hunt.
So I have to remember to keep a lookout for bullfangos.
Here's the quest list.
Okay. So the one we're not gonna do is Basarios. I feel like I could probably just go into the splits and just write down these 5 splits, because I'm almost never gonna do Basarios. Oh, it's a Mountain Dew flavor that's pineapple that I recently discovered. I don't know how new it is. Yeah, we're really far behind on time, but I think I am gonna take another real quick break. I'll try not to be too long though. So stay tuned. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and then we'll continue through this set of 5. baby. Just grabbed like one slice really quick, so I didn't want to take too long, but I still probably took longer than I should have. Alright, Somnicanth. Grabbed another drink too. I should be good to go. There's a tropical punch flavor too. I didn't see that one. I'd probably try any Mountain Dew flavor once though. Unless it's something that's just like that clearly is going to be bad.
Let's make this a quick one.
But otherwise, like, as long as it is a fruit flavor, I'd probably be like, yeah, I'm down. If they're like sausage flavored, I'm probably gonna be like, oh no. But oops. I didn't know you could roll cancel out of mining. I just learned something. Never really had to do it before. But yeah, this one's surprisingly good. As I said, I've tried pineapple soda before. I think Crush has a pineapple. And it wasn't great. It wasn't great, but this one's like not too powerful. Now, I've mentioned before, sometimes I'll try a new flavor and the first like couple sips I'm like, oh, this is pretty good. And then by the time I get through the whole pack, I'm like, I might not get that again. So that could potentially happen. We'll see. But then it might flip back the other way around too. Like Major Melon kind of did that, where at first I was like, or at first I really liked it, and then I was kind of like, it's just okay. And now I really like it again. Do SA was similar, where, well, I didn't like Do SA at first, but then by the time I got through like a case, I was like, you know what? I think I do like this quite a bit. It's almost like some flavors start to dull to you, and then other flavors start to stand out more, I guess. And I really don't like Code Red, so that's just fucking cheap, dude. Thanks, Coco. Good looking out. Yeah, I really don't like Code Red. So at first with Do SA, that's all I could taste was the Code Red, and I was like, this isn't it. But then after I had enough of it, I was like, no, now all I really taste is the other two. And it ain't bad. Man, you just cannot roll cancel out of, like, any of this shit. You know what? I don't need Tremors. In general, it was nice to pick up, like, a variety of flavors, though. I remember doing that in Virginia a lot, where I'd be like, I'd go on, like, cycles, where sometimes I'd just be like, just get me normal Mountain Dew, and then other times I'd be like, I want anything but normal Mountain Dew. Like, I'll try, like, anything else. And it's kind of nice to, like, I feel like if you have too much of anything, its flavor starts to, like, dull to you, right? So I think if you have, like, a variety of flavors, you can kind of bounce between them, and then they don't dull as quickly. So now I'm bouncing between pineapple and melon and Baja Blast, which is lime, right? Keeps them all a bit fresher longer. Nice. Hey, Mike. fucking kidding me? How's it going? But I think that does apply to, like, most aspects of life, where sometimes you just gotta mix it up. And ideally, when it comes to something like marriage, you find somebody that shares enough of a variety of interests with you that you don't find yourself needing to mix it up, because you're just always set. Like, I mentioned that one friend of mine that I've had, like, one of my longest standing friends. I mentioned him a couple times tonight, and I'm like, I'm jealous of the relationship he has with his wife, because he definitely has they are best friends. And they share most interests, and do, like, everything together. And it's not just we fucking have kids. they're best friends. It's like, damn. You're lucky to find something like that. Starting to question whether or not your way is actually a fun way to play it. That's understandable. I think that is part of the appeal with a game like that, is that there are multiple ways to play it. Which is why I hated watching people play it, because there are always people in chats, like, trying to backseat and be like, do it this way. I don't want to see how you do it. I want to see how the streamer does it. He might come up with something that I've never seen before. And you may be proud to know, Mike, that I've decided I'm gonna try to play all 4 Metroids before Dread comes out. I've played and beaten Zero Mission and Fusion before. I've played Super Metroid, but I don't think I beat it. Even if I did beat it, it was probably like 20 years ago, so I'm gonna try and play it again anyway. I'm just trying to decide how thorough I want to be. Like, do I want to play Zero Mission and Metroid 1, or do I just want to play Zero Mission and call it good? Do I want to play Samus Returns, which is what I'm currently playing and really enjoying it? Do I also want to play Metroid 2, or is Samus Returns enough? If I could get a copy of Other M, I'd throw it in there. I don't know how easy it is to find, though. I did look up a timeline, though. Other M takes place after Super Metroid, right? Whereas Primes take place after Metroid 1. Oh, is it downloadable on the Wii U? It's probably like 20 bucks, though. Is it good? Is it worth 20 bucks, or is that, like, insane? That one could be fun because I could probably stream that one a little bit easier than some of the others. I fear if I try to stream Super Metroid that it might fall victim to backseating and people being like, oh, he doesn't know what to do in the retro game, how quaint. Because I've definitely seen bullshit like that before. It's not worth 60, 20 is not bad. How long is it? I'd honestly rather get it on Wii U, because then I don't have to hook up the Wii. Well, I guess I could still play it on Wii U, but you know what I mean. I guess I have to wonder how many of them would I want to play on stream, because I could get Zero Mission and Fusion on Wii U too. Damn, can you get, like, at almost every Metroid on Wii U? Except for Samus Returns? I think all of the other ones are available on Wii U. That's wild. 10 to 15 hours. $20 isn't bad for that. From what I think I was talking about this like on Friday or something, or maybe it was earlier tonight. I don't remember. I think I remember you saying that Other M isn't bad. It's just that it's written bad. It might have been somebody else that said that though. And this brings up a good example of what I was talking about with not really caring. Hunting Horn's too easy to play. I have not been paying attention to this fight at all. I've been on autopilot this entire time. And that's not necessarily a good thing. It barely even matters where I hit this thing. Like, inevitably, I'm gonna hit it in the head and knock it out. I don't have to worry about its tail. At this point, I think I'd recommend Hunting Horn to people who are new to the game, and that's like not necessarily a compliment. Oh yeah, you can't get Metroid 2 on there either. You have said that. It's written under the assumption that you've read the manga that comes with the Zero Mission in Japan only. So I should probably research that before I potentially play it. I'll have to start thinking about this and just decide, like, clearly Samus Returns wasn't one I was going to be able to stream, because I'm gonna have to emulate it. Which I've realized, I mentioned this earlier, I've realized that playing 3DS games on emulator is kind of great, because you can make them full screen and put it up on a TV and upscale it to 960 and play with a real controller, and it's super comfy, and I kind of like it. But the rest I could all play on stream. I could just do a franchise playthrough leading up to Dread. Fuck. And I don't see a lot of people playing Metroid on YouTube, so that might be worth it. That might be fun. I've already played through the primes, so I wouldn't include those. But they killed Samus's parents in front of her when she was 3 years old, and they fucked her up. That's all you need to know. I kinda knew that, though. Is that it? Is that it? I thought that was, like, kinda common knowledge. I forgot Prime Hunters existed. I have it, I'm pretty sure. Or no, I probably only have, like, the demo thing that came with the DS. If I were to commit to playing it, I'd probably do Zero Mission. I'd probably skip 2, because I'd have to emulate those either way. If anything, I'd play 2 on my off time. Something I like about the original Metroid, which I've never finished, I just try and do that at some point, is making my own map as I'm going. I don't think that would be compatible with streaming, though. I think that would just add a lot of downtime that would not make it super entertaining. Even if I, like, had the map on screen or something, I don't think that would necessarily go super well. So I'd probably do Zero Mission, Super, Other M, and then Fusion. Yeah, when I played Zelda 1 for the first time, which was like only under 10 years ago, I played it when it was added to the 3DS Ambassador thing, was when I finally sat down and said, I'm gonna play Zelda 1 and finish Zelda 1. I made a map to keep track of, like, just to keep my brain straight so that I wouldn't lose track about stuff. And I think it's a fun and, like, satisfying way to play older games, honestly. I just don't think it's compatible with streaming.
I love that one too.
No reason to revisit it outside of curiosity. Yeah, that's what I mean.
To go.
I figure Zero Mission is potentially just better. The first Metroid to me seemed very much like a proof of concept type of game. And then 2 is probably where they started, like... 2 and 3, more so, or is probably when it started becoming, like... having an identity.
Goodbye.
Oh, Metroid 1 is in Zero Mission anyway. Well, Metroid 1 is just on Switch Online, so I wouldn't necessarily have to spend anything to play that one.
A biting cold, freezing wind.
Let's make this a quick one.
Same with Super Metroid. Those are just already there and available.
Let's go.
The thing that sucks, though, is I was also thinking about doing that Castlevania franchise playthrough. There might be a little bit of an overlap there. I guess what I could do is do Metroid up until Dread, which is, what, 4 months away? I could probably get through all those games in that amount of time, right? Did I get supplies? Yeah, we're good. Play Dread and then do Castlevania after that, maybe? Oh, I heard that... Oh, Scarlet hasn't been here tonight. I heard that there's, like, a rumor that they're doing a Game Boy Advance Castlevania collection. I think I saw it on Twitter. It's not like a... It's not a reveal, but it's like a... It was rated by the ESRB. So that's kind of cool. I've never played any of the Game Boy Advance ones. I would probably pick that up. I think some people are upset that they're not including the DS games in there too, but I feel like when it comes to Konami, maybe you should just be grateful that they're doing anything with their games, with their properties, like, at all. Instead of pitching a fit about fucking everything. We already went on this rant tonight. Konami fans feel like they're actually being, like, criminally ripped off by Konami. Since they don't make games anymore. While also acting that they're the only, So for context, for Mike in particular, I saw a tweet this morning, or was it last night? About Silent Hill, where someone said only Silent Hill fans know the struggle of your franchise being stagnant for over a decade. And I was like, you are a very delusional individual. You are very delusional. Really, only Silent Hill fans, huh? Apparently you've never heard of Mega Man and Metroid and Earthbound and F-Zero and Advance Wars and Beautiful Joe. Apparently you've never heard of any of these. None of those people really get the struggle. Only Silent Hill fans get the struggle. You are a delusional motherfucker, let me tell you. That is like one of the dumbest takes I've heard someone have in a very long time. It made me, like, irrationally upset when I read it. I was like, get a load of this guy. Oh, hey, Kazu.
Let's go.
And Star Fox. Yeah. And Donkey Kong Country. How many years did they go without getting a game? But no. Only Silent Hill fans really get the struggle. Delusional motherfucker. Extra pain for Star Fox fans since when it finally came back, it was a disaster. Yeah, multiple times. Like, to the point where I have to ask which game you're referring to, because that was a thing. I'm wondering if you should cover Champion's Ballad after finishing the Divine Beast or wait until after the main game. How are you doing this? Is this like a written game facts guide, or are you doing it as like a YouTube series? As far as a written guide goes, I'd probably put it at the end, but then also have a thing like after the Divine Beasts of like, you could now do Champion's Ballad if you want to. Click here to zip ahead to that part of the guide, which you could theoretically do for videos too. Yeah, only Silent Hill fans get the struggle is like one of the most ridiculously stupid hot takes I've heard in a while. So there was this other one making the rounds on... It probably still is making the rounds because people are losing their minds over this. Someone did like an obscurity tier list of Smash Brothers franchises. So they basically did a tier list of all of the franchises present in Smash Brothers, rated based on how obscure they are. And according to this motherfucker, Earthbound is more known... is less obscure than Pokemon and Final Fantasy VII. So people are kind of blowing that up too, because they're like, dude, there's no way. Like, you're an idiot. This doesn't make any sense. So that's a pretty ridiculously idiotic hot take too, if we're being real. Man, we haven't even seen a Kezu during these runs, I don't think. He just never comes up. Yeah, just Mountain Punisher. That's fine. I think they might just be young and haven't played many games yet. Look at how many people think Dark Souls invented emergent gameplay. Maybe. In regards to the Silent Hill, only Silent Hill fans get the struggle? Maybe. Yeah, they might just be... The only games that matter to them are horror games, and therefore they don't get the fact that there are other games. It's a written walkthrough taking the player on a streamlined path for 100% with minimal backtracking and ease of access for beginners. Is that including Korok Seeds? Because you're a maniac, if so.
I'm going after it. Yeah.
I'm like really excited to pick up Advanced Wars too. That'll be pretty fun. I think I never really played them that seriously, so that'll be like basically blind. I think I remember like in the teenage years when it was just I don't have money, I'm just gonna emulate everything. I'm pretty sure I played one of them then, but I don't think I finished it or anything. I just played it and was like, this game's cool. So that'll be super fun to check out, I think. It'll probably be a long playthrough, though. I'll have to make sure there's room in the schedule by then. Knockout, baby. Boink! There are people who think those cities are inspired by They probably don't actually live in Japan, though, right? They're stupid American kids, if I had to guess. There's no way people in Japan believe that. Nope, that's okay. Like, how long has Mega Man Volnut been stranded on the moon? But no, only Silent Hill fans get this wrong. It's one of the dumbest things I've heard in recent memory. And that's including Switch Pro rumors.
And stay down. Let's see how you handle this.
Bum, 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 bum. Hey, we actually made some time back on that one. You'll have to see it.
Nothing personal.
See, Advance Wars I don't think is a ripoff at 60 because you get 2 games. And strategy games like that tend to be fairly long, so I think that's like 100% worth it. If they were releasing them separately and they were $60 each, I'd probably say that's a ripoff. But I think that's a completely reasonable price. Skyward Sword at 60? That's a ripoff. That's a ripoff. That should be at least 50, if not 40. Even 50, I think I'd be a little like, it's a little much. That's just Nintendo knowing they can get away with it. Actually, are the Advance Wars games on Wii U Virtual Console? That might alleviate that price point. But they're also complete remakes. Like, those are complete remakes. Those aren't remasters. Those are, like... They completely redid all of, like, everything. I think they even said they were built from the ground up. So they're not even, like, using the original game as a base. Like, they started from scratch. That is, like, as remake gets.
Oh, hello. Have a look. Be careful out there.
Yeah. There was a lot of stuff. Like, I mean, I'm. It's no secret that there's a lot about Breath of the Wild I don't like. And Breakable Weapons is pretty up there. Because, yeah, I did the same thing. I just hoarded weapons for forever and just never used them. It was just an inventory full of weapons that were too good to use. That was pretty neat. Shame I can't get it. We're probably going to be using the Tetranodon one for the rest of the run, if I had to guess. Yeah, I actually saw a funny tweet the other day, and I'm probably gonna get it wrong, but they were pointing out about like how nonsensical the Master Sword is in Breath of the Wild because like since all the weapons are breakable, they had to do something to the Master Sword so that it wouldn't undermine the rest of the weapons. They didn't want to make it something that was just, you only ever use this weapon, because that just undermines the system of durability. But in doing so, it undermines the very idea of what the Master Sword is. So it's just this loop of idiocy that doesn't make any sense. But there was a couple of weapons that were like... At least with the champion weapons, you can get more, can't you? But yeah, make the weapon, like, just, like, you can't use it, but you can still repair it and use it again. That would add a lot of incentive to, like, go find new weapons. Instead, I'd find treasure chests with, like, a giant fire sword, and I'd be like, well, I already have one of those and my inventory's full, and I'm never gonna use it because it's fucking... it's too good to use. I was talking the other night about, like... And I realized... To recap, so I've been trying to play Samus Returns and A Link Between Worlds, because I've never played that. And... honestly, I'm very neutral on A Link Between Worlds. I'm not disliking it, but I'm not, like... to the moon with it, or anything. It's okay. But... it did make me realize something that's sorely missing from Breath of the Wild, in my opinion. And that's the excitement of, like... I'm trying to put this into words while also fighting this Rathian that will fucking sit still. It's not working very well. God, you can't dodge for shit with this weapon. It's surprisingly not mobile. Link Between Worlds does something interesting where, like, for those that haven't played it, you basically, from almost the start of the game, you can basically rent out all of the items. You don't find the items in dungeons. So instead you'll, like, find the dungeon that's, like, the hookshot dungeon, and then you just go rent the hookshot, and then you can do the dungeon. And you can kind of do them in any order as a result. But to keep things feeling meaningful, you still find stuff like new armor and new shields in the dungeons. And this was something Breath of the Wild didn't have. And it didn't feel like there was any progress, if that makes sense. It didn't feel like there was a reason... I feel like if I were to go play Breath of the Wild again and completely skip the Divine Beasts, I don't think I'd be missing out on much. Because you don't get any cool, exciting upgrades where you're like, oh shit, check out this cool thing I just got. That's just not a thing that exists in that game. And I think a way that I would do it is... I'd have it that you still get, like, the runes right at the start of the game. So you have the tools available to solve puzzles. I think that's a smart decision for an open world game. I think that makes a lot of sense. But add a lot more depth to, like, weapon types. And make all the weapon types, like, play completely differently from one another. And have each of them have, like, a specialization. And then make the temples based on that. So, for example, the first dungeon you do, like, maybe the tutorial dungeon, like, kind of how you have the plateau in Breath of the Wild. Have, like, the tutorial dungeon be, like, the sword and shield dungeon, and that's, like, the weapon you start with. And that'll teach you about, like, using, like shield parries. to counter your enemies, which only the sword and shield would be able to do. And then make it that there's like 7 other weapon types. And each one has like a different specialization. The one I used as an example a couple nights ago when we were talking about it is maybe make like a giant 2-handed hammer, and that weapon's specialization is that it can like break through shields. So if you're fighting something that's using a shield, you can just shatter that with the hammer, and then make that the focus of the dungeon. Make the dungeons more focused on combat. You'd still have the puzzles, but they would use the runes that you've had since the beginning of the game. But how would you make the dungeons different and make them feel rewarding? Do that. Make them focused on the weapon, and then if you clear the dungeon, you unlock that weapon, and now you can start finding 2-handed hammers dropping throughout the game. It would actually feel like it would give you like a sense of progression and feel like you're getting stronger. You have more tools at your disposal, but they're not tools that are like holding you back. Where you're like, oh, I can't do this area until I have the hook shot. Instead, it would just be, man, like, enemies with shields are kind of a pain in the ass. Like, I can beat them, but it takes a while. Maybe I should go get the hammer, and then I can break their shield, and it'll kind of, like, make up for... Like, I don't need to. I can still beat them without it, but it would make them more manageable. Ow. And then just add a splash of, like, Hyrule Warriors and give the weapons, like... That's how you give the weapons, like, gimmicks, right? You give them, like, a special move button that does a different thing based on which weapon it is. And then give them, like, branching, like combos. And make it more of an action game, I guess is what I'm getting at. Would that necessarily be fantastic? I have no idea, but that's what I would try. Because something I really like about Samus Returns and A Link Between Worlds is that sense of, huh, I can't do this yet. I'm not really sure what will be able to do this, but I know I'll have to come back later. And it adds like a sense of mystery, and that sense of mystery is completely gone in Breath of the Wild. And that's something that I was, like, really missing. Oh no. Well, I got the self-improvement. She hit me. Would you stop it? God, you're being a bitch. Ha 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 ha! Running back and forth. What a clever mechanic. I'm getting hit by that constantly because Hunting Horn can't dodge for shit. Like, this is probably one of... I think that's the one thing about the weapon that makes it feel not very easy to use, is it's very, like, high commitment. Once you start an animation, you're in there. Anyway, where was I? I think it would just be cool if they, like, look at how much the characters and weapons vary in Hyrule Warriors. I think it'd be cool if they added, like, a splash of that to Breath of the Wild, and that would be, like... That would be the depth. But without being the return to form of, you can't do this until you get the bow, which I know that a lot of people don't like. And therefore is a reason why people like Breath of the Wild. So I wouldn't necessarily add that back in, but I think you could bring that sense of mystery back without adding that back in. I think there's other ways of doing that. And I think this is something that Zelda has struggled with in general over the years. And I've noticed it before. I think I pointed it out when we were playing Phantom Hourglass. I think I pointed it out when playing a Zelda game, where I noticed that as time goes on, they were eventually like, we're not going to have... You're just going to have the map when you get into the dungeon. There's no more compass, there's no more map, you just have it. Which is fine, that's a nice quality of life improvement, but then as a result, it made all the treasure chests feel not worth it. And I remember this in Phantom Hourglass in particular, because, like, every treasure chest you get, you're, like, excited, but then you loot it, and they're just like, here's a monster part. And you're like, but I don't give a fuck about these monster parts. So that was something else that's, like, Zelda lost that, eventually. And they never really found a way to fill it back in. They never found a balance between, well, we're gonna add this quality of life improvement, but we have to replace what used to be there with something new, and they just never did that. They were just like, we're just gonna fill it with nonsense. A Link Between Worlds kinda works, because they just give you money everywhere, which is somehow still exciting. You find a chest with 100 rupees, and you're like, damn! That's a lot of rupees, even if each weapon costs like 1,200 to buy. So it's like, inevitably, it has to be a lot of rupees, right? But it still is more satisfying than you got a butterfly necklace. Like in Phantom Hourglass, which is terrible. Yep, I'm just in there. I'm mashing dodge.
Knew I could count on you.
So once you get to harder monsters, basically, you're gonna be punished for being overly aggressive with this. Like someone asked during Age of Calamity on Friday, do I think they're gonna add that new flail weapon for Link into Breath of the Wild too? It's like, honestly, they should. Like, yeah, absolutely. What if the flail weapon you can use to, like, grapple the enemy and steal their weapon or something?
Get to follow it.
Then again, you would just make the dungeon while all of the enemies have really powerful weapons that you should probably get away from them.
Whetstone time.
Again, would it necessarily be amazing? I have no idea, but you know what? Let's try shit. That's what Breath of the Wild was all about, right? It was about trying to mix it up. Keep it going. Keep mixing it up. Which, to be fair, I'm hopeful that they do, because they would have finished Breath of the Wild 2 by now if it was literally just Breath of the Wild with a new map. So, I do think they're doing more than that. So I'm trying to catch up on chat. That makes sense, Mike. Yeah, you should probably do the DLC last, because you don't want to assume the player has the DLC, and you don't want to write, like, Hyrule Castle based on the idea of, I know you have the DLC, just use the Master Sword for everything, forehead. I think it speaks volumes that you liked Age of Calamity way more than Breath of the Wild. Did you? I actually didn't know that. Age of Calamity is super good, honestly. It's a very good game. Yeah, they did aggressively advertise it as a prequel, and that is a little misleading. But I think it's misleading in a fun way, so I'm kind of okay with it.
Let me take control.
Bitch. This is how you handle mounts. Honestly, at this point, This is maybe a little dumb because I can't get more parts out of Rathian, but I can still do a bunch of damage. And maybe I'll hit Kaiku some too. Yo, you need to stop. It's tricky because, like, I guess if they wouldn't have advertised Age of Calamity as a prequel, it would have spoiled the surprise, right? So they kind of had to. If they acknowledged that it isn't really a prequel, it would have immediately spoiled that it isn't a prequel. So, like, I get it. What were they supposed to do? If anything, points to them for, like, actually keeping the secret. Cough, Fire Emblem Three Houses, cough. Where they were just casually, like, revealing a major spoiler on Treehouse. I'll never get over that. I don't understand what they were thinking on that one. That was such poor form. Not only that, I think they revealed it in the E3 Direct that year, too, so it wasn't even just on Treehouse. God, we're probably not going to play Age of Calamity until Thursday, which is kind of a bummer, because I'd like to play it sooner. I am very eager to just play more of that game. I kept saying on Friday that, like, I was really sad when it was time to, like, shelve Age of Calamity. Because I wanted to keep playing, but I was basically out of content, and no one was watching. So I was like, I don't really have a choice. So I was, like, super hyped to jump into DLC. Which, Age of Calamity on Friday was interesting, because, like, people were watching, but chat was fucking dead. Like, it was kind of weird. The view count for Age of Calamity was, like, really good, but chat was dead, like, all night. She's that fast. At first I was like, okay, she's dead, moving on, but then I had a moment of, what? What do you mean she's dead already? It's actually 4 houses? Kind of, but that wasn't the spoiler. The 4th house was DLC, so... yes, but also not what I'm talking about. And I guess I'll avoid going into it, in case there's anyone who hasn't played 3 houses and still wants to. It kind of sucks being considerate about spoilers sometimes. Because it's like, I feel like it shuts down the conversation in a hurry. And it's like, well, we can't talk about that because I don't want to spoil it. And realistically, the game's been out for 2 years, so who the fuck cares? But I'm also like, I'd rather play it safe than spoil it for somebody. So... and from a video content perspective, you can at least say, like, okay, here's your warning to, skip ahead, like, 5 minutes. But as far as streaming goes, you never know who's gonna come in, so... and when. That's a very simple-looking weapon. I think the downside with this weapon being so fucking easy to play is, like... I don't really know what we're gonna want as far as skills goes. My head, like, isn't in the game that much, like, at all.
Don't forget to eat.
Aside from, like, Knockout King, is probably good.
Back to work.
Yeah, a lot of Zelda games have time travel. Something I did like, which was a nice touch. From what I remember, maybe I'm wrong.
Ready for any.
I think in the trailer for the Age of Calamity DLC, they specifically didn't show anything that would have been a spoiler. Like, half of that game's roster would be a major spoiler. And I don't think they showed any of them in the trailer, which was very aware. Like, that was very smart of them to do. Because now if anyone didn't pick the game up, and you have the potential of people being like, well, we still don't know when Breath of the Wild 2 is coming out, maybe we should check out this other Breath of the Wild looking game, it's probably a good idea to still keep those spoilers, like, under wraps, and not fucking blow the lid off of them. Although I feel like most people who have, like, who are pulling a Final Fantasy VII with Breath of the Wild and expecting, like, this is the only Zelda game, they're probably not willing to check out Age of Calamity, if I had to guess. And a lot of them probably wouldn't like it, because they're probably going to think it's like Breath of the Wild, and it isn't. It's a very different type of game. Still wish they would, though. I wish people would have, like, broader interests in general and be braver about trying new games. But once again, worth pointing out, my perspective might be a little skewed because it's basically based on... There are too many YouTube streamers that only play, like, the same 5 games. Is what it comes down to. I need to acknowledge the fact that just because they only play the same 5 games doesn't mean that, and their viewers probably only play the same 5 games, doesn't necessarily mean everybody's like that. It's stunned, dude. Thanks, Coco. You wanted a good ones. I'm actually, like, seriously interested in this Metroid series playthrough now. As much as I'm enjoying Bravely Default, it does kind of need to fuck off so we can play some other games. I'm not gonna lie to you. I am starting to get to a point now where I'm like, how much longer do we have in this game? Like, it's so much fun, but I'm also like, dude... There's so much stuff on my list of, like, I want to play this. There's the second Sonic Marathon, the handheld-focused marathon. Now I'm thinking about a Metroid series playthrough. Castlevania. I thought about playing Dragon Quest Builders again for a little bit there. We were talking earlier about potentially getting back to playing Smash Brothers. It's like, dude, too much shit. I think that's another reason why I'm like, we probably won't come back to Monster Hunter multiplayer for a while. Just because I don't have fucking time, dude. There's other stuff I want to play. And I've been milking Monster Hunter pretty hard, so I think taking a break from that isn't a bad thing. There might be some viewers who are like, dude, I'm sick of watching Monster Hunter. And it's like, you know what, that's fair. We've been playing it once a week for like 3 months now. That's totally fair. You don't know how many conversations I've had where I've had to say no if Call of Duty is not an RPG just because you're playing a role. I mean, RPG is a pretty stupid genre name, but yeah, I get you.
I'm going up.
Yeah, I think the average, like, mainstream gamer just doesn't... They don't understand how many gaming franchises are out there. That's something that's really great about Smash Brothers, I think, is I think it raises awareness. Because Smash Brothers is pretty fucking mainstream. Therefore, anything that's in Smash Brothers is going to get a little bit more attention than it did prior. And that's spectacular. Did I knock this motherfucker out yet? My head is so not in the game here.
Don't take this class at all.
Boink! Boink! Now he is. There it is. Also, hey Scarlet. How are you? Did you see that there's, Actually, just mentioned this a little bit ago, so if you've been lurking, maybe you heard me say it the first time. There was a Game Boy Advance Castlevania collection that got rated through for release in some country. I want to say ESRB, but I think it was a different country, so... Drives me nuts is when someone feigns interest in video games while having no knowledge of them. Yes and no. I'm okay with that if they're, like, willing to learn. Like, if someone knew where to come in now and they'd be like, hey, I came because I watched your E3 reaction and I'm a big Metroid fan. I don't know anything about Monster Hunter, though, but this looks pretty cool. Can you tell me more about what this game is like? Super. Absolutely. Love it. But when they're like... when they don't give a fuck, when they're just like, this isn't Metroid, so I don't care, that's when it's like, less cool. Or the classic, I love Final Fantasy, it's one of the best franchises ever. I've only played Final Fantasy VII. Like, that's not necessarily fun either. But if it's a, I've only played Final Fantasy VII, I'd really like to play the others, which ones would you recommend? It's like, then it's at least, they're showing an interest in learning, and I can't be mad about that. But when they do try to, like, tote their knowledge in a way that's, like, as if they're trying to impress you, that does drive me up a wall. I do agree with that. Because honestly, why do you think you have to impress me? I'm more impressed by people being curious and wanting to learn more about things they don't know more about, or they don't know a lot about. Ow. This might be a mistake. Nah, it mostly worked.
Tired already? Let's go.
I think you've told me about that one before. Oh yeah. The game with the thing with the buttons. You mean the controller? Yeah, I played that one. It's like, okay. It's delicate. It's delicate. I think if they're legitimately interested in learning more about stuff, then that's super cool. But if they're very, I like my one thing and I don't want to know about, I just want to talk about that one thing. Like, I like video games. Let's talk about Mario Maker. And you're like, well, have you heard of Zelda and Metroid and Pokemon and Mega Man and Sonic, and they're like, no, I like Mario Maker. Let's talk about Mario Maker. Then that's like, dude, this. Why? Boink. Oh. And to a point, it's better than that guy I was talking about earlier. So I told this story earlier. I've told it before, like, multiple times. And I don't mind telling it, because it's funny. And it's a good example of why, like, small talk is stupid and such. Years and years and years ago, I used to have, we'd have, like, get-togethers every week. Every Friday. We would just be like, hey, everyone come over and we'll just, like, we'll have dinner and we'll play some video games, maybe watch a movie. And eventually it got to a point where friends were inviting friends, and it got a little out of hand. And this is a good example of that. Me and, like, 2 or 3 other people were all standing around talking about, it was either Diablo 3 or World of Warcraft. Like, it was around that time. And I remember it was one of those games where it was, like, either Diablo 3 just came out or a World of Warcraft expansion just came out. We were all playing it, and we were all just standing around talking. And, this guy, I don't even remember the guy's name, I'm gonna be totally honest, obviously had no idea what we were talking about. And I guess he really wanted to feel included, but instead of trying to take part in the conversation, he just waited for an opening and then said, but what I want to know is, are they going to trade Brett Favre this season? I wish I was making this up. I really wish this was a story that I was embellishing on. And that it wasn't as awkward as it sounds. But he, like, unironically dropped that bit of knowledge on us. Do you think they're going to trade Brett Favre this season? So someone faking game knowledge is better than that. Better than, like, trying to force the conversation in a completely different direction because they have no idea what's being talked about. At least faking game knowledge is, like, being aware enough to say, this is what the conversation is. Instead of, hey, talk about this instead.
I'm here for you. I knew you were gonna say that.
Like it when old people say I don't like video games, the sounds are annoying. It's funny because they're not wrong about video games from 1980. Or the, it'll ruin your TV. I remember that being a thing, too.
Have a look around.
How long ago was it? It was probably around, like, about that long ago. Yeah. When did Diablo 3 come out? Like, yeah, that should tell you when it was. Diablo 3 came out in 2012, so yeah, it was around then. Ish, a little bit earlier, maybe, because it could have been World of Warcraft. I really don't remember. I don't remember what we were talking about. I only remember that part of having the conversation. He didn't interrupt us. I feel like that is worth clarifying. He wasn't so rude that he just interrupted us. He waited for an opening, at least. But it was still tremendously awkward.
See you later.
The guy didn't even know football. It could have been earlier than that, but there's also that. Maybe he was being ironic. I don't know. I have no idea. this probably predated when I even knew a goddamn thing about football, honestly. That seems kind of likely. So I think this is our last quest, and then we have Magnaballo.
Going.
I actually do remember there being talk at the time of, like, before he retired, I remember there being something about that. About, like, is he just gonna go to a different team? Or I remember it was, like, a thing people were talking about actively at the time, but it was still, like, not what we were talking about in that moment. And it was, in fact, something we never talked about, so it's not like it was something that we talked to this guy every week about this, and it wasn't anything like that. And he didn't have, like, a background for believing that we would have anything to provide for this conversation. Yeah, I remember, like, a long time ago, one of the earliest moments I had from the stream perspective, aside from the Final Fantasy example, was the Castlevania example, where people were like, yo, Castlevania's like one of the best franchises. And it's like, first of all, when you say something like that, I feel like that implies that you know a lot about a lot of the different games. That you've played a lot of them, and you have a good reason to believe why it's, quote, one of the best franchises. And as a result, that comes off as a, hey, talk to me about this franchise. Which is what I did. I saw somebody saying, like, it was during a Symphony of the Night stream, and they were like, yo, Castlevania is, like, one of the best franchises, and I was like, hey, it wasn't one of my streams, it was... I don't fully remember whose stream it was, but I'm not about to, like, call them out on it or anything, even though the streamer didn't do anything wrong. But I was still like, oh yeah, I haven't played this one, but I've played a couple of the other ones. Which other ones have you played? And they were like, oh, I've only played Symphony of the Night. And it's like, I feel like you're lying to me. Because when you advertised, I think this is one of the best franchises, that to me says, hey, let's have a conversation about this. And I think that's what you're talking about, Mike, in regards to people faking game knowledge to try and hold a conversation or to impress people. It's like, why did you go to all that extent to, like, bolster your opinion when you have no idea what you're talking about? Like, I don't know. When I tell someone that some of my favorite franchises ever are Mega Man and Sonic games, I would expect that would lead them to want to talk to me about what the games are. Now, coincidentally, it goes both ways. If I say, oh, dude, I love Mega Man games, and then someone goes like, oh, yeah, Mega Man 2 is really good, I'm also going to be like, okay, this is not a conversation because you don't know anything about the games. So it's difficult to, like, have conversations about games sometimes. But I feel like a lot of people don't try. I think, especially within, like, streaming communities, I think there's a lot of... just be safe. Just like the thing that other people like, because then you'll feel included. Who's gonna be mad at you for saying Ocarina of Time's a good game, right? Like, it's a safe opinion to have, it's not a hot take. remember hearing about the Madden curse. Yeah, I remember that being a thing. Did I go the right way? Oh, he's going way out there anyway. Never mind. It's fine. Both.
Whetstone time.
Yeah, which one of those was the one with the blue character that fights robots that has a wildly varying quality to their games? Like, some of them are really good, and then some of them are really bad. Some of them are, like, hilariously overrated. Yeah, both. Yeah, both. Which one is the one that has, like, the really good music? Yeah, both. Both. Stop that. So sluggish. Oh yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate. You never want the first hit to be the one to cause problems for him. I've already gotten a knockout on this guy. Because he's just kind of not giving it to me. How the hell? I think, like I said, it's like one of the reasons I started streaming or got into making content, maybe a better way of putting it, is wanting to talk to people about games. And as a result, I just find myself more and more agitated by the concept of small talk even exists when you're talking about games, which sucks. Oh my goodness. That was a very fast turn. Dude. Knockout? Hello? I must have already knocked him out, right? Oh god, this is... that sucks. Yeah, they were kind of mixed quality for different reasons. I would argue that the Sonic games are often bad for being overambitious. Whereas Mega Man, I think, was just... Capcom didn't care. They just wanted to make money. So they were like, just make more games, dude. Hurry up. Gotta get it done. What do you mean the next chapter of the Battle Network story is not ready yet? You'll just have to make a tournament arc instead, then. So we gotta release a game. That's an actual thing, by the way. Those games have a tournament arc. Your incentive for starting a YouTube channel. But then that was ruined for you by Mario Maker and algorithm nonsense. I think maybe it's just... Part of it comes from being a 36-year-old introvert, where it's just... I value good conversation, and I can also tell when people are providing, like, fake conversation. Except now, I think what it comes down to is that as the person running the channel, I have the power to just simply say, that's not the conversation I want, so... no. Shut up. I can be more choosy, because I'm in control. I had to have absolutely knocked this thing out at some point. If that's not doing it, nothing will, so... excuse me? Fucking asshole.
I'm going after it.
It's running away? Excuse me? It's unexpected. Man, we're so over time on this run. It feels bad. Especially because, honestly, this weapon's kind of boring. I mean, I guess the good thing is that... learning it in an endgame situation's not going to be too bad. What, Scarlet? Yeah, there were probably a lot of people that, like, don't even know that they made, like... They probably saw Metroid 5 and they were probably like, there's been 5 of those?
Bye-bye.
I didn't know they ever made a second one. Is the game playing the music, or are you listening to the music separately? I can't even think of many games with goats in them. Wait, there were goats in Village, right?
You won't be needing this.
See, I feel like, I don't know, I respect people that just want to know more. Of course, he's not going to be here to hear me say it, but I think that's one of the things that I admire most about Volpe, is he's always willing to, like, learn something new. He still has that curiosity, where if something catches his attention, he's like, I want to know more. And a lot of people don't have that, and that's sad. if the game was playing it or not would give it away. That makes sense, honestly. As I was asking it, I was like, that would kind of give it away in a hurry. The other one I think of is the beginning of Twilight Princess, when you're herding the goats. But you're not tackling the goats. They tackle you. Either way, that's probably not what you're talking about. I have no idea.
What do you need?
Well, I mean in regards to, like, he's willing to go just, like, read Wikipedia and just learn about something. I feel like a lot of people are like, I don't know anything about this, and I guess that's never gonna change, and it's like, that's unfortunate.
Your forge and are upgrading. My hammer's
I don't know
ready.
anything about this, and it's just gonna stay that way. And it's like, oh, okay. To be fair, time is a precious commodity that we just don't have enough of.
Right, let's get cracking.
But I think a lot of people aren't willing to make the time either. But they're also willing to make it sound like they're willing to make the time, which is kind of, I think, again, what Mike was talking about like some people are, they want to sound all like big and bad about it, but they don't actually want to commit to it. And it's like, just be real, dude. Onward. Sadly, we didn't get as many armor spheres as we usually do, so my armor's a little bit lower than usual, but I think we might be fine. Scarlet's just not gonna tell us, too. It's gonna be like, nope, you have to figure it out.
Time's over.
As I said, I can't think of a lot of games that have goats in them. Like, there were the little goat collectibles in Village. Specifically tackling goats.
A grudge towards all life.
Oh, don't give me that like you've
Given
streamed in the
full
last 5 months. That's not gonna work for me. Work on me. Wow. There's a video game soundtracks wiki where you can just put in the name of a song and it'll tell you what games they're in. And you can even do it by artist. That's amazing. Oh. Well, let's see. It's not Guitar Hero. It's not WWE 2K16. I'm going to assume... I don't know if you've ever heard of this franchise, but apparently you have, because I'm pretty sure it's what you're playing, which I never would have expected. A little game, an obscure little game by the name of Metal Gear Solid V, The Phantom Pain. I'm not familiar with it. But I don't think I've ever heard you mention it, but I have a feeling that's probably it. Yeah, why haven't I been watching the archives this entire time? Now that song's stuck in my head, so thank you for that. That's what it said. It said Metal Gear Solid V. I'm being a dumb? if you'd excuse me. Don't tell me, like, that Kojima actually pronounces it V or something crazy like that. It's worth pointing out. So we're... I think you missed this earlier, Scarlet. Which is a shame, because I feel like I would have loved to hear your opinions on this. I'm sorry, were you saying something? Jerk. This time sucks, so we're just gonna not even hesitate to just chill for a little while. A lot of people think Metal Gear Solid is the first Metal Gear game. Yeah, the first one... It's on NES, but it was on something else too, wasn't it? Wait, it's supposed to be pronounced V... Oh my god. So I unironically, like... Or I guess I ironically pronounced it correctly in trying to be a dumb. Anyway, so... I saw a tweet yesterday. It was either this morning or last night, I can't remember. Where someone claimed that only Silent Hill fans understand the struggle of your franchise being stagnant for a long period of time. Only Silent Hill fans get it.
Let's get this show on the road.
No one else gets it. And it made me realize that fans of Konami franchises are kind of fucking insane. And, with the exception of Castlevania, let me point that out there. Castlevania fans don't seem to be too insane, but I feel like Silent Hill and Metal Gear Solid fans are insane. Maybe Castlevania fans are just happy for the moment since there's that anime and everything. Oh, they're different games, too? I don't think I knew that. I think they played one of them at the last GDQ. Yeah, I've heard it's pretty good. I'd like to watch it at some point. It's just, you know, time! Just a matter of time. I mean, you have a lot of insanes. But that wasn't necessarily why I brought it up. It was just... I thought it was funny that only Silent Hill fans understand that struggle. I was like, this man is delusional. He has no idea. You're not wrong. But I gotta play Samus Returns, dude. What I would love is for the channel to get to a point where it just kind of makes money passively, and then I'll be able to have plenty of time. Like, I know that's, like, much easier said than done, but, like, if I didn't have to focus so much on, like, you know, making an income, then I could probably make a lot of time. That hit me? Get the fuck out of here. Also, I wish I didn't have to sleep. If someone could, like, come up with, like, some sort of medication that just makes it that we don't have to sleep, that would be fantastic. Think of all the time we'd get back. Like, dude, I'd have time for everything. No, I'd still find a way to be like, there's not enough time in the day. I don't understand how those people can live that only sleep like 3 hours a day. Some people can do that. How? How do you do it? On the other hand, I'm fucking jealous. I wish I could. I'd get so much more done. Like, I understand why you would. I just don't think I'd be able to. Yeah, even playing Samus Returns on an emulator, there's some control issues where I'm like, this could have potential. This is a little clunk. This is a little clunk. I'd like to assume that Dread will be better because they'll have access to the right stick and 2 other shoulder buttons. I think that will alleviate problems. They had to put a bunch of shit onto the fucking touchscreen, is basically what they did. And it doesn't necessarily work super great. That's true, yeah. They're probably aging faster. Just the idea of getting more done is very appealing.
Here it comes.
Hell, if anything, that's something streaming's helped me with. I find time for a lot of games now that I probably wouldn't make time for otherwise. Would I have ever done something like this series of challenges of learning all the weapons if I wasn't streaming it? Absolutely not. I would have tried to, and I probably would have lost interest after like 3 weapons. Then I would have been like, I don't have this kind of time. Moving on. Yeah, there was a lot of 3DS games that were just... The console's not that comfortable to hold, and the controls just... They tried a lot of gimmicky, like, touchscreen stuff. Or weird motion controls. Gyro might be a better way. I'm trying to think, like, what are my complaints with Samus Returns so far? The, I don't know if you'll... Like, how many times have you played it? If I refer to an area, are you gonna be like, oh yeah, that part. I know what you're talking about. Or if am I gonna have to be, like, very descriptive? I think it was the 3rd area. 3rd or 4th? It's like the first mining-esque area. It's where you get the, like, super-powered rapid-fire Aeon power-up. You also get the grappling beam there. I got lost in that area for like 2 fucking hours. That sucked. That was like not a good time. Once I got out of there, finally, I was like, hey, I'm having fun again. This is awesome. Otherwise, on the control front, like, switching beams and missiles and stuff, like, doesn't feel super good. Tapping down twice to go into Morph Ball mode on an analog stick doesn't work very well. So I hope that they have, like, an alternative for that. Even in Samus Returns, if you touch the touchscreen in any position where it isn't something else, it just puts you in Morph Ball. So I think they already acknowledge that's a thing. Otherwise, sometimes enemies are very punishingly placed, like, in a way that... Particularly the flying enemies. The flying enemies will often, like, come flying at you, like, the moment they're on screen. You, like, barely even know they're there, and they're, like, already flying at you. Which I think Dread will probably have more shit on screen, just due to having a bigger screen, so that should probably be alleviated. But I don't have, like, any major complaints about it. It's all a bunch of, like, minor stuff. I don't remember how much lava was in that area. It was like a yellow and a brown area. The area after that is like very miney, but that part's like purple. That's where the giant drilling robot comes after you and stuff like that. It's the area before that. Is that the name of the drilling robot? Please no. Oh, I don't find the boss fights to be particularly fun. Fighting the same, like, Metroid thing 5 times is, like, kinda dull. But I assume that was them adapting a Game Boy game. Oh, God. I have more complaints about A Link Between Worlds, I think. Although, A Link Between Worlds is very interesting so far. Because it's like... It has a lot of mechanics I don't like, but I don't think they're objectively bad. Like, I don't think it's a bad game, it's just I don't like it very much. I think it's a well put together game, but I think the Dark World mechanic is boring. Like, in most games I've played that have Dark World mechanics, I'm like, meh. I don't care. I don't think the sticking yourself on a wall and walking around it is a terribly interesting mechanic. And I don't think it really adds anything to the gameplay either. But it's like, the game's not bad. It's just not captivating me, I guess. I'm not like, yo, this is sick. It's just kind of like, it's a game. Whereas Samus Returns, I'm like, yo, this is fun. I like this. And if this is where Dread is going, I think we're in good shape. Oh my god, he did not like that. Oh, I thought he was gonna blow me up. I thought that was that. Turn your fucking head back over here. Oh no. I hate to see that. What the hell is he even going for? Give me a minute, I'm trying to line up some headshots here. And he's just not playing nice. Oh god. Dude, you need to chill. I've never heard of the movie Red Planet. I've heard of people... I've seen people pointing out the fact that it looks like Otto from WALL-E. I'm honestly... I want to say I'm neutral on Audrey. But I didn't watch much of this Treehouse event, so I can't be like... I can't cite examples for, like... I can't even be sure if she's the one I'm thinking of, I guess is what it comes down to. Post gym pics on Instagram. Oh dear. Is she the... Is Krista the one that does Nintendo Minute? I don't like it. There's a lot I don't like about the Nintendo Minute segments. First of all, she doesn't seem like she's actually a gamer at all. Second of all, those two seem to hate each other. So that's not good. I think I tried to watch him play Mario Party or something, and I was like, this is painful. You can tell these two do not get along outside of work hours. I like Sam. I think she's cool. She seems chill. A lot of the males that they have on aren't on anymore. Like the ones that I like really liked. There were 2 of them that like every time they do a Smash Brothers presentation, I was like, dude, I want to watch these guys play Smash Brothers because they were really funny. But they like don't do it anymore, which is unfortunate.
Just a quick polish.
They moved up in the company, I guess.
Let's go.
Lurking isn't accurate. 'Cause he was banned, so he's not. I mean, I guess he technically is, but by force. How do you know, though? Just looking at the viewer list? I've thought about watching the viewer list sometime, but I feel like it would be creepy if I was, like, saying hello to people without them saying something first. It would just look stalkery, right? Not saying that you just looked stalkery. Oh, I hate it. Well played. Well played. I miss Reggie, too, for sure.
I'll be back.
Now he just trolls on Twitter about Mother 3. That's Reggie now.
Whetstone time.
Has to make you wonder, like... I'd love to be a fly on the wall when they talk about anything Mother 3 related at Nintendo. Like, do they even have plans to localize it?
Sweet.
Is it something that's in progress? It's also probably been banned too, because trying to find a way around being banned is like, how do you think that's gonna pan out? But your dad works at Nintendo? Dude, mine too. Do we have the same dad? Is your dad also Miyamoto? Are we Miyamoto bros? Oh no. Did that hit him or not? I can't tell. Oh god. I honestly don't like that he bothers some of my viewers as much as he does either. Like, that's... If there was ever a reason for me to never reverse that ban, it was the fact that he doesn't seem to understand boundaries whatsoever. Like, at this point, if he wanted to prove that he was sorry, it's like too little too late. But I shouldn't comment on that too much. It's like, it's frustrating though, because like realistically, since he's been banned, it should just never come up again. But it does, because he's just bothering other people, and so that they say something. It's like, dude,
You won't be needing this.
that's, no. You're making it worse. Also, yikes, Mike. It's alright, I don't think you knew. So it's not like I didn't even hit my splits, dude. Where are my splits? I haven't paid any attention to my splits in the past half an hour. What a bad run. Yeah, sure, update him. It's a terrible run, and it doesn't really matter, but we'll do it anyway. But yeah, like I said, I don't think you knew. But that's like part of the issue is they just shouldn't be harassing other people about it. I don't know.
That's all there is to it.
Also, hey Alexander, how's it going? If I didn't say that already. You're just in time for us to finish the run itself. Now's the time to switch over to main file. I'm not super enthused with this. I think it's maybe like I don't hate the weapon,
Good job, defeat.
but I don't really like it more than I expected to. Does that make sense? I'm about as neutral on it as I expected to be. But we're still gonna check it out in our main file and see what we can make happen. As I said like an hour ago, I don't really know what I want to do as far as like skills goes. I don't know what skills would be good for Hunting Horn. Yo, new event quest. Also, I have not played Sword and Shield at all since we streamed it. I think I may have done, like, maybe, like, 10 quests. I did not play very long. It was just other games having my attention. Wait, what about Fugen the Elder? Alright, I guess let's just go look. And let's see what we got here. Should I take a break before I do this? I think I want to do that just so I don't focus on I need to pee for the next hour. May as well take a super quick pee break. So yeah, I'm gonna do that quick, and then we'll come back and we'll look at Pittsburghese fuggin' the Elder. I don't really mind people lurking though. I lurk. Like, that's my preferred viewer stance of choice. Like, when I'm watching other streams, I'm lurking like 98% of the time. So I'm like, I get it. Alright, yeah, real quick break, and then we'll sit down and look at all the horns, try and pick one out. As I said, I don't know what skills are going to be good, so armor might be tricky. But we'll see what we can find. So stay tuned. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I'm gonna come up and say hi again? Or you just want to lay in the middle of the floor? So cute. Hey, come here. Come here. Come over here. Oh, you brat. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh, there you go. There's my girl. There's my girl. See, I'm here now. The stream can start. Entertainment has begun. The star is here. You're just so content to just lay there and be a pretty girl. Can feel when you start to squirm though. When you've had enough. Alright. Not mice, that's for damn sure, because she can't catch a mouse to save her fucking life. Would solve us a lot of problems if she could. She is a fatty, though. You seeing this? Mike called you fat. She's just like, shut up, baby, I know it. Alright, it's a nice basic ass horn. Health recovery up with plus antidote. That's pretty useful. Attack up defense. It's nice basic abilities.
Some hunters literally take
Shut
hours.
up.
I'm used
We
to
only just started. Jerk. Let's go ahead and do that really quick.
What do you need?
Gives us a better idea of what we're looking at. Is it Sune? Ew. I don't like that. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't really like that either. Some pretty crazy sharpness, though. Ideally, we'll find something with songs I like, and also an appearance I like. That's not awful. Sharpness is garbage, though, so never mind. It's kind of awful. I was just looking at the appearance. That's not bad. That's not awful. You notice how the notes have, like, different designs for accessibility? Like, the red one doesn't have, like, the tail on it, but the blue ones do. It's good. It's good thinking. It's good thinking. I like that one, it's just, it's not very good, because it only goes up to rare 4. Go figure. I don't particularly want a negative affinity one. Sonic Wave was kind of nice to have, though, because it's just, I would assume it's just extra damage. That's not bad. That's not bad. I don't mind it. That might be a promising option. I feel like a sleep horn might actually be pretty decent, because you would have a pretty good opener, but I bet the sleep weapons are all gonna suck, as per usual, so... Health regeneration would be nice. As opposed to health recovery. I think. I don't think I know what that last part of the Pittsburgh accent is. The N apostrophe A-T. What's that supposed to be? And that? And that? Is that what that's supposed to be? You can tell I haven't had much... I actually haven't had a lot of exposure to, Pittsburghians. Is that what they call themselves? Probably not. Hey, JMT, how's it going? It is, and that. Okay, that's what I figured. It was the best I could come up with. That's actually not terrible. That's what I... Oh, its sharpness sucks, though. Oh my god. You can't win. You just can't win. That actually looks kind of neat. I really don't want a negative affinity one, though. And I would really prefer to have one that has healing on it. If we can at all help it. Yinzers? What the hell does that does that mean? That's disgusting. But it does have health regeneration. That's not... its damage is bad. That actually looks pretty neat. Ooh, it has health regeneration. What's Sonic Barrier do? Can I even see that? Has attack and defense up and health. I like that one. I don't know what Sonic Barrier does, but that one looks promising. Oh, so it's like Ewans? They just took the O and the U out. That's pretty neat too. That's a tire. That's a goat. There's the goat that Scarlet was talking about. There's the goat. I don't really love the songs. Ooh. That's not bad either. Oh, but I don't have a Teostra gem. That's unfortunate. Do I like that more than the Magnamalo one? 180-23. And it has an antidote. I guess it depends on what Sonic Barrier does. And if that's any good. Hey, Volpe. There you is. How's it going? I also don't have the orb for that. I think this only has the one sleep weapon, and it wasn't that good. So that's a bit of a bummer. Now, someone asked a couple hours ago. We were not talking shit about you. Someone asked a couple hours ago where you were. Caleb asked. No, I actually said that one of the things I really admire about you is how you're very curious and you're not afraid of learning new things, and how more people need to be capable of doing that. Yep, she's just plopped in the middle of the floor. You're weird. Can I throw that chair out now? Because you're just not sleeping on that now. And it's all torn up from your claws, so I can probably just get rid of that now. So I like the Teostra one. And I like the Magnamalo one. They're basically the same thing, if we're being real. I could just make the normal Teostra one for now. I think I like that one slightly better, but I don't know what Sonic Barrier does. Negates damage as well as preventing you from being stunned by roars, tremors, or wind pressure, but it only lasts for one hit or until its extremely short duration expires. So it sounds good, but not, like, amazing. I think we're gonna go with the other one. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with the Teostra one, even though I think I like how this one looks more. Well, they're both pretty cool looking. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to craft a lot of stuff because this one just doesn't have a lot of stages, and we don't even have the gem to be able to do that. But that gives me a reason to, like, fucking play and go get some parts, so that's not terrible. We're not going to be doing that with the end of the stream, but I do think this is the one we're going to go with. I like it. I wonder if I should hold out, force myself to get the gem to finish getting the switch skills. I'm under the impression that the switch skills aren't that good anyway. The switch skills are kind of like, if you prefer the old way Hunting Horn played, where it's more of like a passive buffing thing than like a thing that you actively hit the monster in the face with, then you want those. It's pretty expensive. Okay, so that was one. Need 7 more. Holy shit, dude. Okay. So let's make one of those.
Let's get cracking.
That's 2. I actually don't want to go too far down that path because we don't have a lot of
Gotcha.
Anabra parts. And you can't make that one through you can't just buy it. So that's 3.
Right. Let's get cracking.
4.
Gotcha. No problem.
5, 6. Now we'll just upgrade
Gotcha.
this one once. 7. So now, yeah, I think I'll do that. I think I'll force myself to earn the last switch skill.
The village is in your hand.
I still don't know what I'm doing as far as armor goes. I have no idea. I'm probably just gonna use my hammer set Although a lot of those just aren't useful. I mean, Slugger and Stamina Thief are useful, I guess. So it's not ideal, but it stops me from having to sit here and try to figure out what weapon we're using, or which armor to use. Yeah. Defense boost or Constitution? I feel like Constitution would potentially be better. Because this one doesn't have stamina up, right? And I feel like you do have to be rolling, so drop that in. Oh, this weapon doesn't have sockets on it. That kind of sucks. We have to ramp it up, but we might as well do that after the upgrade. Okay, so we have this one. Mighty attack that swings the hunting horn down from above, effective in reducing the target's stamina. Swings the hunting horn around once, generating a forward sonic smash, low damage output, but effective at stunning. I feel like this one might be worth trying. I think the other one is that amp thing, where you drop like a pod on the ground and then it like echoes everything you do. I don't know what it disables for that. What am I doing? I'm actually... I perhaps hate to break this to you. I'm not a big fan of The Simpsons. I've never really gotten it. I've tried to watch episodes a couple times, and I'm always like, eh. Like, okay. Cool, I guess. That does seem like it would be good for, like, hitting them when they're down. But anyway, that as a result, I don't think I get the reference. Well, not if you fucking miss it. Dude. Let me compare it to the other one. I wasn't using X and A very often, so... Yeah, it's just one hit with more damage. I think I like the other one more, believe it or not. I don't know, though. Because I'm trying to think, like, if the thing's already knocked down, then I should probably be using something like this instead. Are you still working on Xenoblade? That game just never ends, huh? I like this that this one's flashy too. Does its eye have a $sign on it? No, it's like an S. Only just noticed that. I don't know, on one hand, this is a big commitment attack. So I don't know how I feel about that. The other one was a pretty big commitment too, though. you can combo into the double swing. I think I like that one more. I think we're gonna go with that. Okay, come on, Crush. Unfortunately, I have no idea what you guys are talking about now.
Welcome to the hub.
I think I realized I need to stop saying, oh, I'll play Xenoblade 2 someday, because realistically, that's not looking like anytime soon. It's no better than the people we were ranting about earlier that just, like, just try to sound like they're impressing people. I mean, it's not what I'm trying to do. I'm not saying it just to be like, oh, I want Mike to like me, so I'm going to say I'll play his game someday. It's like, I do want to play it. It's just, I've been saying that already for, like, over a year, and I still have no idea when I'm actually going to have time to play it. So I don't know if I need plants at the moment. So
See you later then.
that's not what I meant to do. Oh
Until
my
next
god.
time.
Could I be any worse at menuing? There's a Teostra. I don't know if I feel like fighting a Teostra, though. That doesn't sound like a very good idea. Let's go for the Gyrototus. We don't fight those very often.
May the spirits protect you.
Yeah, it probably... I don't know. I've never really tried to watch anybody play the first one. But yeah, that's a concern too.
Time to go.
I feel like it's the most likely that if they make a Xenoblade 3, that I'll just wait and jump in on that. I think I would also feel more inclined to check it out if they like went on sale ever. But it's like, ultimately I don't know that much about it. So it's hard to be like, yeah, I'll drop $60 on that. Maybe dropping $60 on it is a horrible idea. Maybe I'll hate it. So I'm gonna have to go kill it. At least one Teostra tonight and hope that it actually drops what I need. Well, I don't have to do it tonight, but at some point I'll have to do it. Yeah, or I'll get it and I'll be like, this is the best game I've ever played, and I shouldn't have waited this long to play it. I don't know. I was very neutral on Xenoblade 1 when I played that. So what does that tell you? Do you think that bodes poorly? If I didn't really love that, do you think I'm not really gonna love the love 2 either, or are they completely different games? Get your bitch ass back here, please.
This is gonna be good.
Yo, I'm surprised you've heard of The Messenger. I meant to ask if you've heard of it, if you played it. I also recently came under the knowledge of the game, what was it, Metal Gear Solid V?
See ya.
Oh, it has a slow start, too. Oh, bitch, I knocked him out already? What the fuck? and that is like an immediate fucking... Oh my god. Hit him, there we go. I don't know about confused, I can see it overwhelming though. I mean, I don't know, I made it through this. And these games kind of do the same thing with tutorials. How do you even charge that thing up? I thought it was that meter over there, but I think that meter just fills over time. Oh, you just have to have one of each. Man, that's how little I was paying attention during this entire Crash course. I didn't even figure out how to do that move until, like, right now. Yeah, you just have to do a note of each, and then it gives you access to that. So I wonder what the meter does, then. How did I not figure any of this out during, like, during the Crash course? I was just kind of checked out, I guess. Yeah, I think you mentioned that before. That's how Monster Hunter used to be until recently. Because until World, they didn't have, like, damage numbers or anything, so you didn't know, you had no idea how much damage stuff was doing. You had to data mine it to figure all that shit out. Same with, like, monster, like, stats of knowing, like, what their weaknesses were and stuff. You had to, it was all data mined before, up until World. And then in World, they were like, what if we just tell you that shit in-game?
I'm just getting started.
What a fucking concept, right? Oh, and if you do Magnificent Trio, it just triggers everything? After filling the gauge next to a musical score by performing actions such as attacking and activate a special melody after... Press ZR after a Magnificent Trio? After a Magnificent Trio or a slide beat. Okay. Come on, Chris. I think at this point it's like... It's the price and the length that's keeping me away. Because, like... I've mentioned a couple... I guess it was only the one time tonight that I've mentioned that, like, I'm having fun with Bravely Default. I still think it's a lot of fun. Would highly recommend it. But I'm also, like, kind of ready to move on and play some other games. Like, it's lasting a little long. And now I'm, like, hesitant about picking up other potentially long games. Oh, right, that thing. What if it does knockout damage? Oh, I didn't have it charged yet. And worse, I think trying to do it expended the meter anyway. So there's outright, like, a lot of hidden mechanics. Are they, like... Is that detrimental to the experience? Like, if you don't know that shit, are you just gonna, like, never beat the game? Is it, like, to that level, or...
Something's coming!
See, I to a point, I kind of like hidden mechanics. it's when the game punishes you for not knowing the hidden mechanic that I'm like, okay, that's dumb.
This should fix it.
Like, I think hidden mechanics should be designed in a way that are like, it's a fun surprise when you figure it out. Like, I think that can be fun. But if it's like a boss just one-shots you if you don't do a thing that the game didn't tell you you had to do, that's like, okay, fuck you. I don't even think I knew that was a thing. Is there a hidden leveling system? I think a good example, there's a notorious monster in Monster Hunter Generations. I think it was originally from 3, but in Generations is when I, like, lost my mind about it. There's a maneuver in this game, the Superman dive, and that gives you, for the duration of that animation, gives you complete iframes. You're immune to everything when you're doing that, hence Superman dive. The game never tells you about that. That's just kind of something that, like, if you've been playing the game long enough, you just kind of know it's a thing. And this one monster in Generations has a move that will basically one-shot you, and the only way to avoid it, it has this, like, massive suction effect that pulls you in first. And the only way to outrun that effect is to use the Superman dive, because it gives you iframes to the suction effect. They know that they depend on you knowing a mechanic that they never tell you about as a game developer. That's bullshit. That's stupid. The game shouldn't have a hidden mechanic and then expect you to know the hidden mechanic or you die. That's garbage. Oh, that makes sense. So you don't get stronger. It's not that type of a leveling system. It's more of like, the world level goes up. Which, yeah, makes sense. It would be dumb if it was based on progression, because that would defeat the purpose of it being an open world game. See, I think that's a hidden mechanic that's like, that's more of a... That's the inner workings of the game. Now, sure, if you know that it's there, you could probably exploit it from, like, a speedrun perspective or something, but...
Be careful!
Oh, I tried to get out of there. Yeah, that makes sense. Because you wouldn't want the player to already, like, have the entire world ready to kill them when they basically start the game.
This is the end! You shouldn't have ticked me off!
Boink! Surprised this thing's not dead yet. But I think that's also, like... See, I think that's an example of, like, hidden mechanics being okay. Because, like, if you don't know that information, it's not gonna, like, hurt your experience with the game or anything, right?
I knew I could count on you.
Hell, even knowing that information doesn't feel like I'm like, oh, this changes everything. It's just kind of like, oh, so that's how, like, the game works. Yeah, it's always underwhelming when they die to something like that. What we got time-wise? Maybe we'll just chill for 10 minutes and then actually end on time for once. How's that sound?
Nothing personal, buddy.
That's kind of interesting, too, because it means that, like,
You taking this?
if I were to boot my game file up, where I got all of the shrines, and then basically stopped, I could potentially still have a different experience than someone who's played and gotten every single Korok seed. Like, we might run into different types of enemies at different points, which is interesting. Because my world is probably not max level, if I had to guess. I would assume it caps eventually, and it just can't get any stronger.
Good job, buddy. Piece of cake.
That makes sense, because then it would just punish you for using the arrows. Yeah, you're just erasing them from existence. Yeah, I think we're just gonna, like, take it easy for a couple minutes.
What would you like to do?
If I'm being honest, I'm probably only gonna give the hunting horn, like, a 1-star. Like, now, to back up, because we kind of talked about this last week, I think, about, like, at first, you can, on your guild card in this game, you can rate weapons anywhere from 1 to 3 stars. I was reserving 1 star for I hate this weapon, but at this point, I think the reality is that I haven't outright hated any of these weapons. So I had to kind of, like... I kind of had to rework how I defined the star ratings. And I think 1 star now is going to be, like, this weapon bores me to the point that I'm probably never going to pick it up unless I have to. Like, I don't hate it. It's not like when I'm playing it the whole time I'm just like, this is awful. I hate playing this fucking weapon. Because none of them have hit that point. But I can definitely see this being like, I'm not going to reach for the hunting horn very often, I don't think. It's a little too streamlined, I think. And I think overall that's a good thing. Like, don't get it twisted. I think overall that's a good thing. Because I think this game, similar to many MMOs, has a problem with, like, people... They only want to play the weapons that, like, get the big numbers, right? If the weapon isn't hitting for 500, then people don't want to use it. Especially if it's difficult to learn. Oh, man. Still this weird cramp in my arm. It's very specifically when it's raised and when I have my elbow bent. I'm sure I just slept on it wrong or something. So, I think with Hunting Horn being a lot easier to play now, that's good because not only is it easier to play, but it's more powerful. And I think that's going to mean that more people in general are going to, like, occasionally pick it up. And if they're going to do that with a support weapon, I think that's a good thing. It's better than them making, like, hammer or gun lance, like, super easy to use and, like, mainstream, for lack of a better way of putting it. I think doing it with a support weapon is, like, a pretty good idea. But as a result, I think it made the weapon too shallow for me. Like, now it's just, there's not a lot to it, and I'm kind of like, whatever. I don't hate it, but it's... I'm not like, yo, this is so much fun. Aside from the basics of, like, you know, the game is still fun. So I think on that note, I'd probably give it a 1 star. Especially because, like, I feel like the appeal... I think there's 2 appeals to Hunting Horn. 3 appeals. One is the potential support capability with, like, being able to heal. Which, being able to just always have that health regeneration buff up is, like, kind of amazing. I do like that. From the part of me that likes playing supportive classes, I like that. And then there's the fact that you don't really have to pay attention to where you're hitting the monster. You can just kind of run in there and smack them. Which is, like, kind of nice, I guess. You don't have to pay attention as much. I mean, on harder stuff, you're still going to have to pay attention so that you don't die, obviously. But I feel like you can just kind of run in and just hit it. Which is kind of nice. And 2, the knockout potential. I've mentioned before, I think knocking monsters out is potentially as satisfying as cutting their tails off. Perhaps more so because you can do it to every monster in the game, as opposed to cutting their tails, which you can only do to certain monsters. So I think the weapon still has appeal, but then there's the problem of... It's really just support, because other weapons... Hammer's kind of the same thing. I kind of just run in and hit the monster. And if I can get a shot at the head, then that's awesome. I can do a bunch of knockout damage and knock it out. But if I can't get a shot at the head, I just run in and kind of hit it in the legs. Which is more or less what I was doing with Hunting Horn. And I think I like... Hammer requires a bit more thought than Hunting Horn did in that regard. I'll probably, if I can manage to find the time, I'll probably try and do some hunts with randos with the horn. Although I, like, barely did that with Sword and Shield, so I can't make any promises on that regard. I would still like to do... We have 2 more of these episodes left. We have 2 crash courses left, as you can see there. Heavy Bowgun and Gun Lance. After that, I'd kind of like to do... I'm kind of thinking about something with, like... I just did that expedition, right? I'm kind of thinking about doing something, like, maybe on a weekly basis, where it'll basically be, I'm going to boot up an expedition, and I'm just going to hunt whatever monsters there are. I'm just going to, okay, there's 3 monsters, I'm going to pick one, go hunt it. And then maybe I'll have, like, a roulette wheel or something that'll spin to be like, okay, which weapon am I using? And then I'll switch, like, every monster or something like that. I don't know. Just to try and get more time in with all of these weapons. Because at the point we're at now, I'm still having fun playing the game, but I'm not making an excuse to play it in my off time right now. I haven't really been... like I said, I think I played 1 night with Sword and Shield since last week. And that was more than I did with Greatsword. I don't think I did nearly any with Greatsword. So some of these weapons I still have to put some time into, and my opinions might change as I play with them more. On the other hand, I'm kind of looking forward to being done with this series so that we can, like, put something else in this slot. So, I don't know if we'll necessarily jump right into the expedition thing. We might take a break for a little bit. I don't know. We'll see.
Cocaine. Robbie's different for sure. Even in Age of Calamity, like he's an odd one. So anyway, I think that's gonna be it for tonight. Sometimes we go overtime. I'm not really feeling it tonight. As I mentioned earlier, I didn't sleep well last night. Or today. I had one of those days where like I went to sleep and then I woke up in like 4 hours and then I just couldn't get back to sleep for 2 hours. I was just like laying there. And so I'm a little low on energy. Also hungry. I only grabbed like one piece of pizza on one of the breaks, so I'm not gonna say famished, but I'm pretty hungry. And I'm not in love enough with Hunting Horn to be like, hey, let's go overtime and just keep killing monsters. I would like to come up with some sort of crash course post-game challenge kind of thing. And maybe not necessarily a challenge, but just something to get myself out there, putting in even more time with the weapons and continue to see how I feel about them. But nothing to announce on that just yet. We still have 2 weeks to go. Like next week will be Heavy Bowgun. Week after that will be Gunlance, and that'll be the final one. That will be on July 4th. That'll also be the day before my vacation week. After that episode, we'll be off for a week. And I think when we come back, I think the Sunday after that'll be the day we come back, and I think we'll check out the Monster Hunter Stories 2 demo. I think that's coming out this week, so that'll have been out for a while by then. I think we'll check that out on that day. Because I'd like to check that out. I don't know if it necessarily needs that. I do feel like Monster Hunter needs more weapons in general, though. They haven't added any new weapons since 4. And that was like 8 years ago or something already. I feel like they could definitely stand to maybe pull what I've been talking about with Smash. Like, do all of these weapons need to come back? Do we need both bowguns, for example? Do we need both lances? I feel like maybe you could get rid of some of them and bring in some other variety just to mix it up. Here's an idea. Like, the next Monster Hunter, take, like, 4 of them out and put in completely new weapons, and then, like, add the other weapons in as, like, updates later. There are a couple of weapons that look like drills, but they're not, like, drill weapons. That has potential, though. I don't know what all weapons that... There are a couple weapons that were in, like, Monster Hunter Online that are just... have never made it into the main series. I know Tonfo were a thing once. There was one called, like, a magnet rod or something. I don't know what the deal with that one was, but there's a couple that they've never, like, added into, like, the main games. And it's like, why don't you bring those back? And I think they're probably thinking we can't just keep adding weapons. Because if eventually the game has 36 weapons, that's kind of overdoing it. And I agree with that. That's why I say, like, maybe take some of them out. In interest of mixing it up for a little bit. Anyway, as I said, that'll be it for tonight. Thank you everyone for hanging out. Despite the fact that this weapon didn't really have my interest, this was still fun. Like, I still had a good time. If anything, maybe it has a bit of that issue I have with Bravely Default, where I'm kind of like, I'm ready for this series to be over so that we can move on to play something else. But we're getting pretty close on that. We have 2 left. And then we'll be done.
And both of those weapons I don't know a whole lot about. Heavy bowgun's pretty similar to light bowgun, so I think that one's going to be pretty straightforward. Gunlance, I don't know too much about. I think the fundamentals of knowing Lance in advance will, like, help me to pick it up quicker, but it has a lot of added functionality there. Not that specifically. 4 had a bunch of Nintendo crossovers. There was a, you could get a giant bowgun that looked like Samus's arm cannon. And her armor. You could also get the Master Sword and Hylian Shield as a sword and shield combo. There's a bunch of that stuff in 4. And I think in Generations, it's less likely in this one because this is only a timed exclusive. Rise is going to come to PC eventually too, so they're probably not going to do anything Nintendo in this one. 4 and Generations were both Nintendo exclusives, so that was probably why they went nuts on those. I don't see them doing that in this game though. They might do some Capcom ones though. They did announce Capcom collab DLCs, but they just haven't told us a lot about what they are yet. I think they should put Lady Dimmadamala in as a monster. I think that would be cool. You could put a lot of Resident Evil Village bosses in. I don't know what that was. I think it was a mosquito. It was big and nasty looking. So now I'm gonna have to hunt that. That's fun. That was a Frankenskeeto, I'm pretty sure. On that note, let's get out of here. Yeah, they could potentially do it like that it's only available on this platform, but then they'd have to do that thing where on other platforms it gives you something else. Which I think they did before. Because I think they had some weird, like, manga crossovers in Generations, I think. And then in the US version, they changed it to something completely different because licensing or something. So they could. I don't find it likely, though. I think they're going to focus on the Capcom collabs instead, because then they can do whatever they want. They don't have to get approval from everyone. So it makes sense. Anyway, let me get out of here so I can go hunt Frankenskeeto, wherever the hell that thing went, before it potentially bites me and I die. I think there's a spider up there too. Cool. Love to see it. I'm sick of bugs. 2, I'm done with summer. I'm done with summer. Anyway, so we'll be back next Sunday for Heavy Bowgun. Tomorrow we're going to continue with Picross, which I'm looking forward to. I've been having a lot of fun with that so far. So Picross S5 tomorrow. My plan was Bravely Default on Tuesday, Age of Calamity Thursday, Bravely Default Friday, because I don't think Amazon's going to get Mario Golf to me on time, because, I don't know. For some reason, they're just saying, no, you can't have this one on release day. I really want to get back to Age of Calamity, though, so that might wind up being Age of Calamity on Tuesday, Bravely Default Thursday, Friday. We'll see. We'll see what I'm feeling. I might just pull when I get up on Tuesday, what do I feel like playing? And just do whichever one I'd rather do. We'll see. But, God, that's a big mosquito, dude. Oh, I wish I had the swatter in here, but I don't. I'm tempted to go get it. Oh my god, this thing's huge. I'm getting the swatter. We can all rest easy. Sorry, that thing was big enough that I was like, I'm killing that right now. As soon as it landed, I was like, I am not gonna continue my outro and then have it leave by the time I shut the stream down. I'm killing it immediately. I swear to you, that mosquito, like wingspan included, had to have been like that big. Like the size of a golf ball. That thing was enormous. That was a Frankenskeeto, to be sure. Yikes. Okay. Now let's get out of here. So thank you again, everyone, for hanging out tonight. This was a lot of fun, except for Frankenskeeto. That was, like, the most terrifying monster we killed all night. Really. That thing was enormous. I almost brought the swatter over and said, hey, look at it. Look how big this motherfucker is. But I was like, nah, it's probably going too far. More Monster Hunter on Sunday. Picross tomorrow. Bravely Default and Age of Calamity throughout the week. Take it easy. It's good to have everybody. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.